Deputy Minister, good morning. Tate Matumela, welcome. Colleagues, good morning once again. Welcome to one of our events under the Integrated Public Service Month for the year 2021. The theme for this year, the year of Charlotte Majake, building the capacity of the state through resilient workforce that responds to the coronavirus pandemic. Today, the focus of the dialogue is on integrated frontline service delivery improvement. I must say this morning when I saw the stats from yesterday, I got a bit excited. I think they are below 600 DM, and it shows that I hope we're not going to hit the fourth wave, that we will move to level 1 soon. We have a full program, very interesting presentations from a number of speakers. Some of them will join us virtually, but I will let you know when the time comes. I just want to reflect a little bit because the focus of the discussion also touches on Tusong service centers. And as I was preparing for today, I thought, let me check, when did we first open a TSC? Then they were called multipurpose MPC, if I remember very well. It was way back in 1999 DM. That's how far we come with the TSCs. In August 2014, we opened our first and only urban mall, Tusong Center, at Maponya Mall. That's the only one we have. Just putting context as we go through. And I also looked at what is happening in the continent. I had a pleasure of attending one of these continental events in Egypt. And, Egypt shared how they do the electronic birth and death registration, a very integrated system, which would pick up even when you move as a family to a different city, so that they can start planning for the child. They send you SMSs to remind you when to send your kids for immunization and so forth. And that system was developed internally. No multinational company came up with that system. I also want to share again from South Africa, CIPC, where we register companies. They have a wonderful innovation there, the BIS portal, where they offer an integrated service linked to the banks, to Home Affairs. When you register your company, you can also get your tax certificate, opening a business bank account, and so forth. So we do have capability as South Africa. Coming back again to Africa, we've always been fascinated what we call Huduma centers, which are closer to what we call Tusong service centers in South Africa. Again, we've been to continental events where Huduma has been showcased. DM, to share with you, a Huduma center official can do your license, car license, your driver's license. They can register births, they can register deaths. So there's no, differentiation between all these services. So you have one face of government in Kenya. So I thought, let me put that so that as we proceed through the program, then you reflect and see where we are as South Africa. In terms of our Tusong centers. At this juncture, I would like to welcome you once again. All those that are joining us virtually as well, you are welcome to this session. I think it's the last, one of the last sessions. I think the last session for the Public Service Month will be held on the 30th. Now we're going to call upon the Deputy Minister for Public Service and Administration, Dr. Chana Pilane Majake, to come and do opening remarks.
It's okay. Good morning. Thank you, Program Director, for inviting me to this event. Let me just also say good morning To the people on the virtual platform, I know there is also Commissioner Somadoda Figeni. I want to actually also just acknowledge in our presence the UNDP representatives, Dr. Bongani Matumela and Krivani Pile. Let me welcome senior officials from government that are here with us today. Let me also welcome members of the media who are here with us this morning, and to just say again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Program Director, as we are nearing the end of Public Service Month, we reflect on activities that have been held throughout the month to appreciate and encourage the public servants on the work they do unwaveringly. This is the work that at times is carried out under very trying and dangerous conditions, especially during this time of our life, when COVID-19 has claimed so many lives of our frontline workers in public service. Excuse me. We celebrate Public Service Month in a year of Charlotte Majake, a resilient public servant and a Black female scientist of note at the turn of the 20th century, when it was still a norm that the woman's place is in the kitchen. And of course, we know today in South Africa, the status of women has changed. Women are given equal opportunities to men. But Charlotte Majake lived in that era where women's position and status was lesser than the status of women today. Thank you. She paved the way for today's public servants to be citizen-centered, especially at frontline service delivery. The frontline service delivery that strives hard to serve with humility and putting people first against all odds. The theme for the year of Charlotte Majake is building the capacity of the state through a resilient workforce that responds to the coronavirus pandemic. The theme makes reference to the state of public service and the global crisis of COVID-19. In this theme, there is dedication, diligence, and resilience to serve the citizens of South Africa amidst the threats posed by coronavirus pandemic. The year 2021 also celebrates the 25th anniversary of our Constitution that has laid the foundation for public administration. In it, we are directed that public administration must be governed by the democratic values and principles enshrined in this Constitution. Globally, public service or public services are seized with issues of professionalism and professionalization of employees and operations. Various initiatives were taken in South Africa to ensure that public service adheres to democratic principles as envisaged in developmental state. The National Implementation Framework combines various sources and views in shaping the discourse of professionalization in public administration and governance. This is in line with the commitment made by the 6th administration to create a capable, ethical, and developmental public service. In terms of Chapter 9 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, one of the values and principles governing public administration requires high standard of professional ethics. These values and principles are applicable to administration in every sphere of government, organ of state, and public enterprises. The values aspect is about serving people with empathy or ubuntu in accordance with the constitutional principles. Serving people with batopili principles and public service charter being the one that is actually the guiding principle and light for the kind of service that's supposed to be offered in public service. Professionalization also means having qualified people who know what they are doing and are fully equipped to perform their jobs with diligence. This entails continuous development, sharpening the know-how of public servants, and just continuous training at all times to be sure that the skills are there. A professional public service must have rigorous, transparent recruitment mechanism and a system that promotes public servants on the basis of merit and potential. In his local government election manifesto launch speech last night, President Ramaphosa said, "Gone should be the days of contract work and labor brokers. Public servants deserve sustainable jobs that allow them to secure livelihood that will actually help them to know how to plan for their lives with guaranteed income and not in an environment of working where it makes you feel that you may actually be thrown out at any time." This, of course, must be coupled with high performance that will step up service delivery as we address these needs of South Africans, because we cannot continue to advocate for jobs, and continue to say, let there be secure jobs for secure life, but when people come into public service as public servants, you find that the performance is wanting, because once the performance is wanting, that performance actually impacts negatively on the kind of service that the South Africans finally get. Public servants need to have an in-depth understanding of the sections of society with which they work. Chapter 13 of the National Development Plan states that a highly skilled public service should also be representative of and connected to the people and the communities they serve. Section 197 of the Constitution stipulates that public service is within public administration, that is defined as implementation of government policy. That's what public administration is, that implementation of government policy, or translating policy into action. The implementation of this action that involves employees or workers or public servants is what brings about public service with the following values and principles that needs to be adhered to at all times. One is high professional standards. Two is economic use of resources, because we know resources are always limited, and the manner in which we utilize our resources as public service will actually tell us as to whether we will be in a position to manage to meet the goals that we set ahead of us. Number 3, providing impartial, fair, and equitable service. Number 4 is timeless response to people's needs. And lastly, number 5 is creating accountable and consultative public administration. And lastly is promoting transparency by providing the public with timely, accessible, and accurate information. Program Director, an effective and efficient integrated frontline service delivery is of paramount importance in the 6th administration. Today's dialogue is part of a series of discussions and knowledge-sharing platforms created over integrated Public Service Month celebrations. Local government is at the coalface of public service delivery and must always be fully capacitated and resourced if the people of the country are to actually get the services that we always promise we will deliver. Capacity must be there in public service. Resources must be enough, and those resources should be utilized in a way that is correct, and this is why, therefore, we will continue to call upon corruption to end, because corruption is an evil within a good system that actually takes away the resources meant for the people, for development of the people of the country. Integrated frontline service delivery must recognize the significance of the linkage between people, service, and trust. Services at frontline and service centers should not just be about courtesy and innovative ways of handling queues. They must demonstrate batupili action or batupili principles. What we should generally just say to every public servant today as we continue to celebrate Public Service Month is, whenever you are sitting behind the desk, know that you're not sitting there for yourself, but for the people of this country. And if you talk about job satisfaction, your job satisfaction should be directly linked to the kind of satisfaction you see in the faces and the lives of the people of this country. Because once the people of this country are not satisfied, once the people of this country are complaining, if you're sitting behind that desk as a public servant, then you actually need to ask yourself questions as to whether whatever you're doing there is meaningful enough for us to manage to carry the country forward. In terms of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, all spheres of government must provide effective, efficient, and transparent, accountable, and coherent service to citizens of South Africa to ensure their well-being and the progressive realization of their constitutional rights. We owe it to South Africans for them to actually manage to realize these rights. The Bill of Rights places an obligation on the state and departments across the three spheres of government to provide citizens with basic socio-economic rights such as the right to housing, health, care, education, water and sanitation, personal and social security within the limited resources that we have as the state. And we have to continuously, as we engage, and we engage the public, to talk about the limited resources that we've got so that the demands are realistic. The year 2021 marks 22 years since government introduced one-stop shop concept of Tusong centers. You talked about multi-purpose centers. I'm sure even one-stop center was a concept that was used, program director. This was to ensure that citizens and communities have easy access to all these services in the areas where they live, taking services to the people. There is a presentation later that will provide detailed information on Tusong centers. Program Director, today's dialogue should evaluate current Tusong centers model to step up service delivery that will help improve on the quality of services offered at these centers. That is the model that provides conducive environment to ensure strengthened stakeholders, collaboration, and working closer together, guided by full commitment to a common mission aligned with service offerings and information sharing. The reflections of today should also focus on promotion of joined-up initiatives and joint planning by stakeholders for various types and sizes of centers across the country. Some of the critical questions to grapple with during this dialogue today and beyond should include the following, amongst others. Firstly, to question is the geographic distribution of service centers and the extent to which these centers complement government service delivery points across the country in a way that ensures improved service access to service delivery. Secondly, to question how modernized social service model for Tusong centers is in a way that speeds up service delivery, because it's just not a matter of establishing these centers and saying it's okay, we have managed to put the services closer to the people, but you find that the processes are delaying because of the fact that we are not really up to standard with technology. Digitalization and connectivity across government, Program Director, remains our biggest challenge in public service and administration. And that says to us, we need to speedily work on it. We keep on talking about fourth industrial revolution. We have been from the fourth to the second to the third to the fourth. We'll get into the fifth and we can't talk about it. But when you look at digitalization and connectivity across government, it continues to be wanting. In conclusion, Program Director, the DPSA, the Department of Public Service and Administration, is currently hard at work with development of a framework that will ensure the establishment, management, and monitoring of service centers as provided by the Public Administration and Management Act. I thank you. Thank you.
You've touched on some of the very important issues that are actually informed the hosting of this dialogue. The key thing is about breaking silos. As DM has said, I said it as well, the Tusong centers have been there for quite some time. But as you'll hear from some of the presentations that will come later on, we struggle with dealing with silos in South Africa. Even within one department, if you want data or information from one section to the other, we still struggle to do that. I think one of the objectives of this dialogue is to make sure that after this dialogue, we have concrete plans in terms of how are we going to break those silos, how are we going to work together to make sure that our Tusong centers are just not centers where people pick up Z83. They become real Tusong centers that you can go there and apply for an ID or get your driver's license, amongst others. Thank you, DM, once again. I hope you'll be with us a little bit longer so that DM can hear some of the presentations that are coming through. The next address, the message of support, will be offered by Commissioner Somatota Fikeni, one of the commissioners from the Public Service Commission. He'll be connecting virtually today. Just briefly, I'm sorry, Prof, Commissioner, I can't go through your whole profile. I'll probably spend 2 hours reading all your credentials, but I will just highlight. So please, I apologize in advance because time is not on our side. Prof is well known. I know him from being a media analyst, where he'll be called by different radio stations or TV, like SABC and so forth, to come and interrogate what's happening, especially when it comes to government. But now, Prof, you're sitting on the other side. It would be interesting to see what you've seen from being a media analyst to being in the midst of issues. We all know Prof holds a Doctor of Philosophy from USA. His career started in the Transkei. Work, I don't even want to go there, but he was recently appointed as the Commissioner of the Public Service Commission, as I said. Also, he's been appointed as a visiting professor at the Nelson Mandela University in the Critical Studies in Higher Education. Prof is also doing a lot of charity work. I didn't know you did so much in the USA, even here at home. You know, in the African continent, you've received a number of honorary degrees. Yeah, you're very, very rich. I wish mine was half of what you have here. But Prof, without wasting any more time, the Commissioner would like to hear the message of support from the Public Service Commission. Please also indulge me. What is your sense from being outside to being in the midst of things? Very interesting. The dynamics are different. Yeah, thank you. Over to you.
Recognize the Deputy Minister of the Public Service and Administration, Dr. Pilane Majake, and fellow speakers, the guests, invited public servants joining from the virtual and physical platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a singular honor for the Public Service Commission to be invited into this Public Service Month event as a partner. And I just want to start, before I say anything, by answering the program director. Whilst many people know me as the media analyst and as a scholar, I've spent half of my time as a public servant. And I've also chaired no less than 7 national entities. So I've been on both sides of taking an organization from disclaimers into clean audit, of turning around, of the mergers of universities and different entities of government. So the only reason it's that those things happen away from the box, which is the television. Let me start by saying perhaps it is very important to reflect in the context of this Public Service Month on the words of this iconic great woman, the legend Charlotte Manya Majake, when she said, "This work is not for yourselves. Kill that spirit of self and do not live above your people, but live with them. And if you can rise, bring someone with you." I wish, as frontline workers in the public service, I wish as public servants, I wish public administration, I wish representatives of the society in all our various roles, we could reflect on these words and internalize them. So I want to start by saying that it is an honor to present this message of support to this forum to observe the progress made since we last spoke about the importance of coordination and collaboration in monitoring frontline service delivery during the Africa Public Service Day celebration in June this year. Reporting this progress should become an integral part of our Public Service Month celebrations annually to promote transparency and accountability of all role players. Not only should be reminded of the importance of frontline service delivery in the lives of the citizens, but also our responsibility in making sure that we deliver these services professionally, ethically, and in response to the needs of the citizens as we celebrate the contributions of the Public Service Months and public service during this period, as the Deputy Minister already stated. The biggest challenge as a country is that we are an over-workshopped and an over-conference country. I then wonder if, when we have these events, we have not become desensitized, at least some of us, to a matter of seeing this as a ritual that you go through, or whether we ponder, reflect, and say, now that it has been declared that building a capable, ethical, developmental state is a priority, without which it would be difficult to realize the dreams of our democracy. It would be difficult to realize the promises of our constitution. And that in itself, I think it's something that each time we meet, we should be reflecting on. As the theme of this year says, the year of Charlotte Majake, building the capacity of the state through a resilient workforce that responds to the COVID-19 pandemic, is appropriate as we reflect meaningfully on how this global pandemic has impacted public service delivery and the lives of ordinary people, men and women, young and old, and especially the impoverished and the wretched of the earth. The COVID-19 pandemic underscores the need to urgently address the underlying deep structural challenges of inequality, poverty, and food insecurity and youth unemployment. No longer can we as South Africans ignore the importance of achieving sustainable development goals, which are outlined in the UN, and I'm happy that the UNDP is part of this partnership. This month of September has become a busy month in government with Public Service Month and Heritage Month, where we have to again revisit some of the principles of Ubuntu, such as communality, respect, dignity, value, acceptance, sharing, co-responsibility, humaneness, social justice, fairness, personhood, morality, group solidarity, compassion. And we should be reminded that Ubuntu says umntu ngumntu ngabantu, which means I am because we are. I can never be what I want to be if all other people are in a desolate space of despair. This is also a tourism month, which leads us to be especially thinking of the effects of pandemic on tourism industry, which is a key contributor to job creation and growing the economy. However, we mustn't lose focus on the purposes of each of these events, and maybe we should be rethinking how to allow each event flourish and how we establish the ecosystem, the interdependence of the Public Service Month, of heritage, of tourism, so that we do not see these in silos. As the Deputy Minister was saying, we have a problem of silos, and the program director also indicated as much. So today, let's recognize and celebrate the cultural wealth of our nation and remember our cultural heritage of the many cultures that make up who we are as South Africans. And let's focus on the importance of the tourism sector to the South African economy that is focused on inclusive growth, COVID-19 recovery, and building back better, which aims to foster awareness to tourism, social, cultural, political, and economic value, and the contribution that the sector can make towards the reaching of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. But what is most important, though, we have seen that when the world is shut down, we must establish the internal market even in tourism. Hence, internal tourism by us learning to visit our places in the country and being the ones who flood these places, not just the tourists from Asia, from Europe, from the Americas, but ourselves. That's how we could sustain these. Then the visitors will come to simply boost what we are doing. Apart from other objectives of this month, we honor the late Charlotte Majake as one of the first women graduates in South Africa and one of the first Black South Africans to fight for freedom from exploitative and social conditions of African women. Therefore, it is appropriate to implement programs that will preserve her legacy and her ethos, promote her teachings, advance the values she stood for, and elevate her name to its rightful place in history, especially in fighting the scourge of gender-based violence, which, despite the promises of our constitution, you still have in our communities, in our families, such femicide and many other despicable events meted against women. It is so befitting to commemorate this phenomenal woman during this month as we celebrate our heritage, but also those who live in service of others, because that's what she had stood for. And as I said earlier, her motto and the most celebrated quotation was to say, you can't live just for yourself. Public servants worked under immense pressure and threats during the adverse time. They showed resilience and their adaptability to be able to attend to the needs of citizens. Some of them even paid the ultimate price, dying of COVID, and some of them whistleblowers dying because they had to stand for truth in fighting against corruption. But we can do better. We must again value people as human beings, our brothers and sisters, our clients, and our public servants. I am excited to say this dialogue on the frontline service delivery monitoring shows the collaboration plans made in June this year coming to fruition. We start noticing the sprouts of the big tree that will provide shade and bear fruit in future. It creates the opportunity for role players in much needed collaboration and coordination to find solutions to further streamline, align, and coordinate various initiatives and opportunities to share the wealth of knowledge and collected through different mechanisms and research. This lays a strong foundation to inform policies and reposition ourselves to promote efficient, economic, and effective use of resources, ensure that we are a responsive state. Collaboration in the time of fiscal constraints and fiscal crisis is a must to survive and have a greater impact, do more with less. It creates the opportunity to steer away from just talking about the needed improvements in the service delivery to focus on the actual implementation, resolutions, and serving of our people. This will hopefully end here, not end here, but form a base for the series of dialogues where we showcase how government can collaborate and importantly show the impact of such collaboration. Collaboration with institutions such as the UNDP is starting to point to the value that can be added. And yes, there will be challenges, but we need to acknowledge that sometimes collaboration starts with how we solve problems and challenges together before we can achieve the smallest of tasks. Tusong service centers play a pivotal role as the initial purpose of this model allowed for one-stop service centers that provide government information, the broad spectrum of multidisciplinary services to local communities. The whole idea behind the Tusong centers model is to bring government information and services closer to the people to promote access to opportunities as a basis for improved livelihood. It promotes cost-effective, integrated, efficient, and sustainable service provision to better serve the needs of citizens and build sustainable partnerships with government, business, and civil society. Apart from this, it also creates a platform for effective dialogue between citizens and government. As such, it can be seen as a predecessor for the district management model hubs, which are now being effected. But these centers need to operate effectively and efficiently to ensure that the efforts of the district development model to integrate service delivery and plans for improvement succeeded. It is therefore critically important that TSC or the Tusong centers, as one of the key service delivery mechanisms, operate optimally, efficiently, effectively to meaningfully contribute towards government objectives of improving lives of citizens and becoming more responsive. And to enable to fulfill their role, we need the buy-in of all service delivery departments, national and provincial, as well as the buy-in and commitment from the district and local municipalities, as well as the metros. But they need more than buy-in. They need to be adequately and appropriately resourced, both in terms of staff and necessary budget allocation to the operationalization of the models. With the fourth industrial revolution coming into play, they should be supported by the necessary IT systems, which are dependable and resilient to enhance service delivery. Having full buy-in or support from the service delivery departments will lead to much needed integration efforts and improvement of service delivery. In all these decisions and actions, the PSC has a constitutionally mandated oversight function in terms of the Chapter 10, which is dedicated to the issue of public service values, as well as the role of the Public Service Commission. For the PSC, this oversight function should not be punitive, but the PSC participatory to promote the constitutionally enshrined values and principles throughout the public service, whereby we propose, among others, measures to ensure effective and efficient performance that is feasible and practical, but also where we begin to integrate a rules-based implementation with the value-based, because most of corruption, most of neglect of people shows that we had only focused on systems, but there was no moral or ethical code that was reinforcing that. Hence, we had so many pathologies in our systems, which ought not to have been there. In our journey to monitor the effectiveness of the Tusong Centers model in integrating and improving frontline service delivery, we have noted the need for better collaboration and coordination and for implementation of the district development model. But we also saw the challenges, some of them long-standing challenges. We realize where more collaboration should take place and how silo operations can stifle good policy. It creates an opportunity to align our hearts with our minds. That is the integrated, development model of these centers. COVID-19 pandemic underscores the need to urgently address the underlying deep structural challenges which were exposed and magnified during this period. It laid bare the urgent need to decisively address service delivery issues and forced us to rethink the methods applied. It made us realize that fourth industrial revolution is a means to enhance service delivery, but it shows us the gaps are and where the gaps are. This dialogue creates an opportunity not only to focus on monitoring, but what can we do to enhance frontline service delivery in these centers. It allows for the sharing of the best practices and provides a forum where we can determine how we can convey these practices to others. It also provides us with a forum for finding solutions that have long been evading us on the challenges experienced in the Tusong service centers. It can be a preparatory step for putting all the noble ideas into action. The time for talk is over. It is now the time for doing. Masiqale ukusebenza. We have seen the effect of service delivery protest. We know that the citizens are dissatisfied. We need to ensure that frontline service workers are able and empowered to perform their duties professionally. During this month, we should again remind ourselves of the constitutional values on which our democratic state is founded. these values and principles are not just words, but actions that every public servant should abide by. We need a concrete, measurable, tangible impact for people on the ground. COGTA, DPSA, and others have created various good policies, but we have to determine what the outcomes of the policies are and in how far they have been implemented. This forum can serve as a platform to resolve actions to be taken, to resolve on actions to be taken. How do we align reforms with progress? And how do we ensure that we do take the necessary action, even here today, where we reimagine the role of the Tusong service centers and how these centers should look like in future? During this dialogue today, it is critical that we find real solutions so that citizens will take us serious. It's not just a talk shop. We are here to serve them. So let us put our hearts, our heads, our hands together to ensure that these centers become hubs where people receive the services and quality services they deserve, and where the spirit of Ubuntu permeates, as Charlotte Majake once, preached. We hope that today will create a mutual understanding of the key resolutions to inform policy and how the lessons learned through the monitoring and evaluation of service delivery in the Tusong centers by the various institutions provide elements that need to be addressed to strengthen the foundation for the successful implementation of the district development model. This joint initiative, as I conclude, is undertaken by the key role players and is highly supported by the Public Service Commission. We know that the fruits of our interaction today will be for the betterment of all, especially the most vulnerable. And I close with the quote of Frantz Fanon, who says in his book, The Wretched of the Earth, each generation must discover its mission, fulfill it or betray it. And our mission is to build a capable, ethical, developmental state. And that's the only way our aspirations for a new democracy, that's the only way the promises of our constitution can be realized. I thank you. Enkosi, ke a leboga.
Commissioner Bigeni, for reminding us of what Mama Charlotte Majake said in terms of don't leave others behind. Commissioner said time for talking is over. For me, it means leaving this dialogue, the DPSA team and whoever your stakeholders are, there shall be a plan on the table. Who's going to connect the service centers? I know that's one of the key things, Deputy Minister, that are delaying, setting up Tusong centers to be effective. It's like, who's going to pay for rent? Who's going to do connectivity? Those are the key things that are delaying us. So I'm just saying, PSC is there for oversight. Commissioner, I hope you'll be kept abreast, and I hope after some time, PSC will go and do oversight to see if these things are dealt with. And I think it's time that even when we talk about consequence management, it must not just be to, when you account to the AG and they ask you, what happened to that 5 rand? And they say, go ask Lydia as the accounting officer of the CPSI, what happened to the 5 rand? Can we hold people accountable? That after this dialogue, the sense that I got was that it's about action after the dialogue. So I'm appealing to the DPSA team, if there should be submissions running around, clarifying roles, finally clarifying roles. We can't be here after so many years saying who's going to pay for rent, who's going to pay for connectivity, who's going to buy a desk at a Tusong center while our people are waiting for services. I program direct and directed another session last week, I think. And in my opening remarks, Prof, I said, it strikes you differently when you experience lack of service delivery as a public servant. And it happened to me as a person. I come from Hammanskraal. I don't want to say more, but I was home. I opened a tap, and I was like, Lydia, you are not a technocrat. Now you are a community member. You are at home. You can't use water from the tap. And it said to me, what are we doing right or wrong as a government? You know, it's good for us to sit as technocrats, come up with these plans, but it struck me differently because I couldn't use water from my tap at my mom's house. And I realized that we are also community members. Soon enough, most of us will go on pension, will suffer the same, outcome. So it's up to us, while we are still here, to make a difference so that you can look back on your retirement to say, I was part of this journey to make sure that TSCs are working very well. I thought, let me share that. I'll share it every time I have an opportunity because I was talking as a community member, not as a technocrat who sits in boardrooms and come up with all these wonderful plans. Next speaker will be Ms. Carmen Domingo Swartz from the Office of the Public Service Commission to come and share with us Tucson service centers at a glance, according to their the OPSC perspective. I'm not going to say much, but Carmen is a chief director responsible for service delivery and compliance evaluation at the OPSC. She's responsible for the promotion of the constitutional values and principles that the commissioner was talking about. Research experience, worked for CSIR and the NPA. Over to you, Carmen Domingo Swartz. I think you're connecting virtually as well. Over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm just wanting to share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is. Just put it on slide mode.
Yes, it is.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Program Director, Deputy Minister, Dr. Pilane Majake, and my Commissioner, Commissioner Fikeni. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and we are very happy to have been part of this partnership and to have this dialogue being hosted in partnership with all the key role players. This morning, I will just be presenting on the perspective of the PAC in terms of the Tucson service centers. And the reason for us doing this, colleagues, is that the PAC been involved in Program Director in monitoring and exercising our oversight role, ensuring that these service centers actually achieve their objectives, their developmental objective. And as both the Deputy Minister and our Commissioner has indicated, the purpose was to bring the services of government to the most vulnerable communities in South Africa. So what I will be doing is I'll just be going over the work that the PAC has been doing, as well as just a bit of a reflection on the mandate. Because Program Director, we are also ensuring that we create a little bit more awareness of what is the mandate of the Public Service Commission. There's sometimes a lot of confusion, and a lot of people think that PAC is a Chapter 9, and we need to make sure that we rectify that misperception. The Public Service Commission is the only Chapter 9 institution established in line of the Constitution. So I will be sharing this morning our key findings, and I must say, Program Director, it seems like you are well in tune in terms of what are the challenges at these centers. And there's something that we are all aware of, colleagues, and like Commissioner Fikeni has indicated, we have come to a point that we can no longer just talk about these issues, these challenges that are being experienced, but we need to make sure that we start making the changes that are needed on the ground in order for us to be, as a collective, be accountable, responsible, and responsive to the needs of the citizens. So I'll just be running through those findings, some of the recommendations, and what the conclusions were of these recommendations. And I must say, colleagues, just thinking of what the Deputy Minister, our Commissioner has said, as well as the Program Director, it's quite sad to be sitting here today after 11 years of doing this evaluation, and somehow it seems like we are reporting on the exact same findings 11 years ago. We will also be presenting just on proposed measures for effective collaboration and coordination, those things that are critical to be articulated in our policies and in our strategies, and then just some closing remarks as we go ahead in terms of finding our practical solutions. And Program Director, those things that are critical for us in terms of the implementation plan going forward. Just in terms of the introduction, just to say where it comes from, I'm not going to go through that because everybody has mentioned that already. But I think what is very important to say is that at the heart of these centers, the model is the expectation that these centers would serve as a mechanism to achieve integrated service delivery. And just reflecting on that, colleagues, we need to be very honest with ourselves. Have we achieved that? Have we ensured that those services being rendered at these service centers are integrated in line with our vision of creating a better life for all? So where I can go as a community member and make sure that those communities are able to be serviced and assisted by government by making sure that they can be assisted in terms of, like the program director says, where there's no water, where there's no electricity, where there's overall just a disregard of service delivery to our communities. In terms of the Public Service Commission, as indicated, we are an independent constitutional body established by Chapter 9, and our mandate, we are mandated by this constitution, specifically Section 1964, to, amongst others, promote the constitutional values and principles throughout the public service, to investigate, monitor, and evaluate the organization and administration and the personnel practices of the public service, propose measures to ensure effective and sufficient performance within the public service. So our main objective is to provide effective technical oversight for the public service at a national as well as provincial level. We also know that these services are rendered on a local government level, a municipality, a district level, and therefore it is so important that what we are doing on the two spheres of government is translated, is cascaded to the relevant levels to ensure effective service delivery. We, as the Public Service Commission, we conduct evidence-based research, investigations, and service delivery inspections. And all of this information is then packaged and presented to the different legislatures and the executives and the various portfolio committees to ensure that we share our learning, but also to ensure that we keep those responsible for this service delivery accountable, and make sure that we address the challenges that are on ground level. So it's within this view that the PAC decided to assess the effectiveness of the two Tucson service centers in an integrated service delivery approach. As I've indicated, this work was done in 2010-11 financial year. And now you would say, why are we presenting old information? And as I've indicated, unfortunately, colleagues, most of the slides that I will be sharing with you this morning will seem like an inspection or a visit to a Tucson center as recent as June this year. So the PAC has taken the approach to be part of the change that we want to see in public service. Yes, we are an oversight body, but after 12 years almost with no change, the PAC has taken the decision not to just be sitting back and allowing others to do the work, but to put our hands to the wheel and contribute, as I've indicated, to the change that we want to see. Taking collective responsibility so that we are responsive to the needs of the citizens, yet still holding those that are responsible for service delivery accountable. So colleagues, I think what is important for us is that being developmental means that we constantly have to reflect on what we have done, what is working and what did not work, and try to understand why, so that we deal with those challenges. We should not just disregard our learning and experience and now have a different model or call it a different approach. We need to make sure that we learn from our failures. There are rich lessons in our failures. And I think it's important for us to acknowledge that, yes, we have failed, but the most important thing is that we need to fail forward. We need to make sure that those failings and those learnings inform how we do business going forward. There's been a lot of emphasis in terms of what are the lessons learned during COVID, how we addressed coming together as the state to ensure the safety and the health of all South African citizens. So colleagues, I'll just be going through the following slides, not in much detail, but just to reflect on what are the initial findings that we, as the PAC, found during our assessment. So at the time of the assessment, we found that the Tucson centers were making a contribution to increasing access to government services and information, especially in the rural communities. Due to the availability of key services provided by these centers, many of the service users no longer had to travel long distances to access services. So we also found that when we spoke to some of the community members, they were saying, you know what, these centers have saved us time as well as money, because most of these services were normally available in the CBDs in town, and it would take a lot of time to travel and cost a lot of money for people to access these services. Also at the time, the services mainly being provided were mainly from Home Affairs, Department of Social Development in terms of the SASSA payouts, as well as Department of Labor. And in some instances, we had some of these centers providing key municipal services that actually increased the use of these centers, because people felt that it was more accessible and efficient in terms of service delivery. We also found that there was sort of a part-time or scheduled availability of departments at the centers at the time. And we tried to understand what the reason was. And we found that it was mainly because there was a shortage of staff, as well as limited infrastructure at these centers. During the time of the inspection or the work that we were doing, we recommended that this challenge in terms of infrastructure be addressed by the use of mobile services. This was definitely something that Department of Home Affairs were also using at the time, and we thought, you know, there is existing resources that could be used to extend the services or extend the reach of these Tucson service centers. But ultimately, colleagues, the lack of funds was the main reason for not providing these services on a daily basis. Alternatively, as I've indicated, some of the departments were using adequately resourced departments' resources to increase and ensure accessibility to the much needed services. I must say, we also found the commitment and the heart of these service public servants that were working at these centers very heartening, because they were even willing to work overtime, because they were increasing the working hours to ensure that these services were available for a longer period of time. So it was not a question of we open at 8 and then at 3:30 we close. So if you are in the queue, we are not going to assist you. There was just this commitment to ensuring that these services remain available to the citizens. A big challenge, colleagues, was also the responsibility for the management of these centers were not clear. Yes, program director, as you've indicated, still today, this is the challenge that we are facing. This meant that each center was managing the center differently, depending on who the dominant role player at these centers were. There was overall lack of uniformity in our coordination, the management, reporting and practices of norms and standards with regard to the business processes. I think that based on this, there was just an overall reluctance of the departments to sign even MOUs, lease agreements, service level agreements, which impacted on the maintenance of the infrastructure as well as the operation and the effectiveness of the departments within these centers. We also found at the time, colleagues, that the management structures were not fully functional, which really impacted on the linkages, creating the linkages between these centers with the community and other key stakeholders that needed to be part of the service delivery model. We found that the level of officials from the respective departments at these Tucson centers and the presence of so many national departments over which the local government does not have jurisdiction over really impacted the ability of the Tucson Service Centers Management Committee to provide the necessary leadership. So there wasn't a one component that was leading and ensuring that services were delivered effectively and efficiently. What is more, not all the service centers had service managers appointed. At the time that we were there, we were told that the municipalities were responsible for appointing these service centers. There was definitely a very high vacancy rate at the time that we were doing this work. And I'm not sure, and I think our colleagues from the provinces as well as our colleagues from the UNDP will provide a better picture in terms of what is the current status in terms of having Tucson service managers at every single center. Departments and institutions, organizations operating at these centers continue to perform duties in silos. Sharing a location does not mean integration. So your location does not mean that you will provide better support in an integrated way. There was no integration of the system still, Deputy Minister, unfortunately, and ensuring that, or even ensuring that the plans and budgets were aligned. Overall, the lack of support from the parent department to the representatives at the center, especially when the centers were in remote areas. So a simple request for office supplies were not addressed. So people, public servants working at these centers did not have basic things like paper for the copy machine, pens. So that were very, very basic stationary needs that were not fulfilled. And what this meant, colleagues, is that those service users had to travel to the nearby businesses to make copies, to get pens, and so on, to access the services being rendered at that Tucson center, which means now that all the money and traveling time saved in terms of bringing these services to the community were basically cancelled out. Furthermore, and I think this is also something that the program director highlighted, is the whole issue of IT connectivity. I think that the biggest challenge at the time was the availability of telecommunication infrastructure that enables computers and telephones to be connected to the different systems being used across these different Tucson service centers. So it was not only those centers that were remote and in rural areas, it was across the board, that the technological infrastructure was just not up to par in terms of allowing an integration of information that is accessible to all the role players at these centers. There's also the lack of proper security measures at these centers, which was a great concern because at the time you had your SASSA payouts of pension there, and also we saw that there were ATMs installed at these service centers to basically attract more people to use these centers. But it also just created a risk for those who are working at these centers. The recommendations, colleagues, that we have made, and I think it's something that everybody else has also been highlighting, but just to highlight them again for us quickly, is just the strengthening efforts to improve accessibility. And I think this is very important that we look at the infrastructure. We need to look at, are these centers fit for purpose? And I know that we as government, we have become accustomed to just use what is available to us without really thinking of how does this impact the flow and the operations of the services that we need to render. We all need to improve the overall management of the Tucson centers. And I think this is one thing that has been echoed even as we were preparing for this whole month of the Public Service Month. We were talking about the challenges in terms of making one department, one national department, accountable for the coordination at these centers. Very important, the measures to monitor and evaluate the implementation of the Tucson centers should be strengthened. So really, how do we monitor and evaluate the operations so that we address those challenges immediately instead of when we find that these centers are no more functional? To involve the involvement of each of the three government spheres is very important. We need to promote that. We need to advocate for that. We need to share the benefits of having all these three levels of government providing services at these centers. This will ensure that all these spheres of government take responsibility for service delivery and the performance at these centers. The national department assigned with the responsibility to coordinate these centers should ensure that center managers are appointed in all these centers and that they are provided with a clear job description. Promote the integrated service delivery. And I think here it's very important, the emphasis again comes to the different departmental systems being used so that there's clear linkages, technological linkages that needs to be made so that when we have to access service for health, and if I have to go to services being rendered by social development, that information for myself is available to all those role players at these Tucson service centers. And again, just highlighting that we can access the services of the Department of Police to come and do a security check, a physical security evaluation. The advantages of doing this is that these evaluations are followed up on an annual basis to make sure that those recommendations and issues that were highlighted are being addressed. And I think that is very important when we look at the risk management strategy of these Tucson centers. Because again, colleagues, as we've seen during this pandemic, it is very important that we look at the well-being of our public servants as they are rendering this vital services to the communities. Overall, the findings were that that these Tucson service centers were contributing to accelerating service delivery and increasing access to services, especially in the rural communities. We also saw, colleagues, that several departments that provided services at these centers seemed to be exploring alternative ways of extending their services to reach the previously disadvantaged and remote communities beyond the centers. However, the challenge that has been highlighted by the previous speakers is the coordination in terms of ensuring that services are being rendered in an integrated manner. A concern is in regard to the no single department being responsible for the standardization and the uniformity of the operations of these Tucson service centers. Just, colleagues, as I am going to close off, we just like to highlight previous recommendations made in terms of what are the proposed measures for us as the state to ensure effective and efficient collaboration and coordination. So we've identified some of the key essential blocks, building blocks or characteristics, or the underpinning characteristics important for our policies, for our frameworks, for our implementation plans as we go forward in terms of developing solutions. So one of the proposed measures there is the leadership. It's very, very important that we address this leadership issue and making sure that there's clear understanding of the roles and responsibilities of the different spheres of government. Clear leadership across the three spheres of government is critical for creating a professional culture that supports and understands and seeks to achieve solutions through joint intervention. So the situation of standing back and having this reluctance of not trying to have an MOU, a service level agreement, coming together to ensure the maintenance and the effective operations of these centers is very, very important. And if everybody's going to step aside and say, I'm here to deliver only this service, we are just setting ourselves up for continuous failure. This requires the leadership at all levels, and most importantly, we need to get the buy-in from our national ministers, our DGs, our provincial MECs and heads of departments, as well as the local and district municipal managers. Having this political buy-in and support is the foundation on which we need to build our intergovernmental programs, and very, very important as we are guiding our way through what is the fundamental issues that we need to address to enable a successful district development model. And I think, as the president also indicated, it's time for us to reposition ourselves. It's time for us as government to make sure that we as a collective, not worried about I'm at national or provincial or local level, but as a collective, how we represent the state to ensure that we deliver on our social contract as defined in the Constitution of South Africa. The leadership of this joint program should ensure that officials understand the purpose of the joint intervention and share the benefits and the advantages that this collaboration brings to the departments. And most important also, the officials should understand their role as a representative of the department to ensure that, yes, I have a responsibility, but I think what is of utmost importance is that these officials should understand that their role is not to defend a territory, but seek solutions in the state's interest. The other challenge that we also found when we did this work, colleagues, and what we felt is very, very important is building of trust. Trust is one of the preconditions for successful collaboration. We need to build relationship, to have an effective teams, to really make sure that people understand how they are making part of this value chain. Also, the shared aims and benefits in terms of really understanding, how this is contributing to the overall objective of the Tucson service centers. Ideally, before we commence with a joint intervention, role players should be briefed on the purpose and as well as what is the approaches and the arrangements that will be executed. And this information needs to be captured in the terms of reference or charter, and preferably done by the leading department. These terms of reference can include the accountability arrangements, what are the milestones, what are the performance indicators, so that we all know what we are working towards. However, the reality is sometimes that our programs are big in size and complex in terms of the geographical area that it serves. It is therefore recommended that a plan be developed which clearly articulates the scope of the various projects, the different phases, and how it interlinks the milestones and the interdependencies between these milestones, responsibilities, and performance indicators. As I'm almost closing off, Program Director, the representation and the staffing. An essential building block for an effective collaboration is having the right people at the right levels. We as government, we sometimes start with the highest level of participation in an intervention, and it seems to dwindle down as the interest dwindles down. So even if we started with a DDG, for example, we will end up having a deputy director being the representative of the department. And there's nothing wrong with having a deputy director at that level. But the most important thing is this individual needs to be actively involved in decisions, debates, so that there's no delay in terms of making decisions. So this person needs to have the competencies and the capability required and should have the authority to make decisions on behalf of the department and the organization. That means that the department representatives express the views and the opinions of the departments they represent, which requires ongoing communication in the department, so that this person can, on a regular basis, report to the department and report to the management of the center. The importance of the continuity in representation also. Yes, we understand that we need to allow for a co-op, but if at every management meeting or every morning there's a new representative from the department not understanding how the center operates, it does affect the effectiveness of the operation. So the reality is that collaboration is highly sensitive to representative changes. Therefore, representatives should be clearly specified from the outset and articulated in an intervention documents as indicated at terms of reference and so on. And we, as I've indicated, we understand that there should be allowances for a proxy or delegation in terms of representation. Accountability, again, very important, but the consideration of budget and accountability mechanisms early in the process needs to be sorted out, because it's very important for proper planning, resourcing, and management of the program. And I think, colleagues, these are things that we all know. What is also imperative for an integrated program is that national and provincial treasuries should be extensively consulted. And I think if we are honest with ourselves, colleagues, when we started with this whole process in 1999, it's clear that these consultations did not take place with these a national and provincial treasury. Again, the technological support is very, very important. And as we are repositioning these Tucson service models, I think it creates an opportunity for us really to explore the fourth industrial revolution options and innovations that we have at our disposal. And I think it's very important that and very good that we have our program director representing also one of the key role players when it comes to technology and innovation for service delivery. I'm not going to repeat this because we've clearly indicated that these things are very important, but I think what is also important is that whatever we're going to do at these service centers, if we have representatives from our departments, we need to make sure that those priorities are translated into the strategic and governance departmental programs. So I need to make sure that as a department, I need to report on what I am doing at these service centers. In conclusion, just to state that we all are aware of the integrated intergovernmental relations framework that was passed in 2005 to make sure that the principles in Chapter 3 of the Constitutions are implemented. We have this act that seeks to set up mechanisms to coordinate the work of the spheres of government in providing services, alleviating poverty, and promoting development. The Millennium Development Goals assessment that was done in terms of African countries demonstrated that we have the commitment, but the most challenging issue is again the lack of coordination amongst the authorities emanating from unclear definitions of roles and responsibilities, and again coupled with the lack of harmonization of laws and policies. Despite government's efforts to put planning frameworks in place to promote stronger coordination between the three tiers of government, planning still happens along functional and departmental lines. The PAC emphasizes that coordination and integration require mature institutional capacity, which in many cases does not exist. Integrated service delivery entails rationalization and coordination of departments' resources, service delivery mechanisms, processes, systems used to provide service to citizens in the most effective and efficient way. With government reiterating the importance of improving performance and promoting a culture of doing more with less, working collaboratively has become an even more pivotal to ensure better service delivery to all citizens. The PAC emphasizes the importance of the value that effective coordination can bring to the South African public service. Effective collaboration could be seen as a strategic alliance to ensure financial survival given the current social economic environment and even decreasing operational costs. Operating collaboratively will facilitate better use of the available resources to reach and achieve the developmental goals. Thank you so much, Program Director, colleagues. I hope this provides a little bit more insight in terms of how we inform the policies that still are being developed, as the Deputy Minister has indicated, those policies and frameworks being developed, but also what are the solutions? What are the solutions that we as a collective are going to ensure that we take forward and make sure that we are excited about presenting it next year when we are celebrating the Africa Public Service Day? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carmen. Thanks for that presentation. What came out for me was that sharing of a location doesn't mean integration. It says a lot about, the kind of services that we're rendering out there. And I think this forms a good basis for the key stakeholders to use this document to start planning. Obviously, the recommendations came out of this work that was done way back in 2010. And yet we've not acted on recommendations from the Public Service Commission. So I urge all the partners that are in that space to use this report as a basis to move forward. As you said, Carmen, it's from 2010, but yeah, it could be last week in one service center in Limpopo or anywhere else. You'll still find the challenges that were outlined. The next two presentations that are coming in, I'm very aware of time constraints that we have. I was not given the profiles. There are two presentations from KZN and Northern Cape coming to share experiences in terms of the Tusong centers. Those that are joining online, you want to field questions, you can use the Zoom platform, or you can go to slido.com #569-996 to go and field questions. There are already comments and questions coming through. We will have a time, probably 20 minutes or so, to engage on what is coming through both the Zoom platform and the slido.com platform. The next presentation is from KZN. I don't have a name. Please introduce yourself and tell us what you're going to address us on. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, Program Director. My name is Dion Buddle. I'm from the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in KwaZulu-Natal, and we are responsible for implementing the Community Service Center program. Part of the program, the Tusong Service Center program, as well as the previous multi-purpose centers, etc., fall within that. So in my presentation, when I do allude to community service centers, we're actually also talking about the Tusong service centers in the province. Thank you for that, and also for giving KZN an opportunity at this platform. I think the previous speaker, Carmen, has touched on many pertinent issues that you'll see that we may repeat, but we will try to then obviously skip those. Perhaps the Secretariat can confirm whether my screen is visible, and then I can just get straight into it.
You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, yeah, in terms of the contents of the presentation, we will briefly touch on the hierarchy framework we've developed as a province, as well as the CSC policy framework, the digitization in terms of the fourth industrial revolution and how we see an opportunity there, as well as roles and responsibilities, and as well as some of the achievements we have found in the province. As I've indicated, the program is endorsed by the provincial cabinet in terms of a cabinet resolution being provided to the department, whereas we as a province then coordinate, monitor, support municipalities in implementing the Tusong Service Center program. We also support the institution of traditional leadership, and in KZN we have in excess of 267 traditional councils. So they form an integral part in terms of the centers that they manage, which are grade 2 centers in the province, in terms of making sure that our marginalized communities get access to government services. In terms of the legislative frameworks, I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but basically to say that there is a provincial cabinet resolution that informs the program, as well as Lekotla resolutions in the province, and not forgetting the provincial growth and development strategy and the plan. In terms of the hierarchy framework, the department has developed this prior in terms of ensuring that we don't treat a one-size-fits-all in terms of the program rollout in the province. We know that at the different areas in the province, there may be a different need, whether it's an urban or a rural setting. So one needs to take that into account when one is implementing such a program. In terms of determining the grade, some of the key influencing factors are the area need, as I've indicated, human settlement patterns, resources available, bulk infrastructure, population demographics, as well as then the provincial, as well as municipal spatial development frameworks. In terms of the hierarchy framework, we then categorize that into three different levels. Your grade 1 being a typical Tusong service center, fully functional, where you have an array of government services being provided every day of the week. And then you have your grade 2, which is mainly the departmental assets, which I've indicated that are administered by traditional councils in the province. In this regard, we have approximately 300 centers. So the magnitude of this, coupled with the Tusong service centers, which are 34, is quite a substantial amount of infrastructure in the province that we need to manage in terms of ensuring functionality. And then finally, as the previous speaker alluded to, we also have grade 3 CSC mobile services being rendered. And that's obviously in locations where there's limited infrastructure or government departments not having enough of resources to be providing permanent service provision. In instances where we do establish Tusong service centers, the department in certain instances, and we've done that quite considerably of late, we do provide grant funding to municipalities and provide technical support in terms of infrastructure development as well as functionality, because functionality is the nuts and bolts of making sure that the centers are fully functional and sustainable. We also ensure that this is regulated and governed by a memorandum of agreement that is signed between the department and the municipality as the accepting party of any such funding. And there are very strict guidelines in terms of what are the prerequisites for any municipality to receive such funding. And some of these depend on the AG findings in terms of a municipality, whether they are red flagged, if one wants to use that terminology. But in terms of that, we make sure that we then try to support them and provide hands-on in terms of implementation of the program. In terms of the policy framework, which we've drafted as a provincial department, we've done this in collaboration with all municipalities in the province. We've workshopped this at the MuniMec meetings to ensure that the mayors, the municipal managers, as well as the officials buy into the process. And each one then understands the roles and responsibilities that are required from each other in terms of making the program a success. In terms of the key objectives of the framework, these include to promote a common understanding of institutional and operational issues that influences the Tusong Service Center establishment, and also to contribute in terms of creating synergy between the various stakeholders. I think it's been spoken about this morning in terms of the silo mentality, and we need to try to move away from that, obviously, in order for the betterment of citizens. Citizens don't care how where they come from, as long as it is within their grasp and it's the ease of access and at reduced cost. So that is what we are trying to ensure by implementing the policy framework. In addition to the policy framework, the fourth IR, the fourth industrial revolution, has brought to the fore, especially during the time of COVID, the importance of ensuring that we have a digital footprint at the centers in terms of digitization of the centers, towards youth development, towards job creation. A simple thing as creating a CV or applying for a job online. Most of the centers are not connected, and then it defeats the purpose of what we're trying to achieve. So we've got a partnership with the Moses Kotane Institute in KwaZulu-Natal, and they're an entity of the Department of Economic Development. So we work closely with them in terms of rolling out the program. I'll talk more about that later. Program Director, I think the next few slides, I'm just going to move quite quickly through, because basically what I'm trying to illustrate here is the roles and responsibilities that we perceive as the province in terms of making sure that the policy framework is rolled out in a collaborative manner. And in terms of the department, our key responsibilities are program coordination, monitoring and supporting of municipalities and the institution of traditional leadership, as well as supporting municipalities in terms of monitoring and evaluating, because if we don't monitor and evaluate and assess the statistics that we receive from the Tusong service centers, then the interventions are not well informed. We need to understand that you may have an instance where you have a service provider, sector department providing a service, but after a period of 2 or 3 years, and those services have been dealt with, there may be another need in terms of the hierarchy of services that are required by the community. So we take cognizance of that, and we make sure that the Tusong Service Center is organic in terms that the sector departments that are there are not those that will be there throughout the life cycle of the center. In terms of GCIS, etc., the branding, marketing, communication, etc., these are things that we are saying that should be incorporated and not must. We still need to engage with national on that, as well as even DPSA. I recall a few years ago, there was an ICT blueprint rollout that we were part of, and we were quite excited about that. And one needs to resuscitate that and ensure that 4IR is at the forefront of any development that we have at the centers. In terms of municipalities, and because we as the provincial department, they play an integral role. If they do not buy into the program, there's going to be failure in most instances. So the leadership at municipalities, and when I'm indicating leadership, I'm talking about from your mayor, your municipal manager, your officials, your ward councillors, etc. We need total buy-in from them. And we noticed that in KZN, where we have that collaboration and the municipality being fully on board, we have very few challenges, and these centers are fully operational, even though they may have challenges in terms of funding, in terms of water, electricity, sanitation. The colleagues have previously discussed that. Those will always persist. I mean, in KZN, we are quite a vast province, very rural in nature beside the urban centers that we have, like Richards Bay, your Port Shepstone, Newcastle, Pietermaritzburg, Durban, etc. But there are a lot of far-flung areas that still struggle for communities to access decent government services. So in terms of municipalities, we are saying that they need to ensure coordination, buy-in, and management and governance of CSC implementation at a local level. We are also saying that the resources in terms of water, electricity, security is very important at these centers, need to be provided. Before even establishing these centers need to make sure that they are within the municipal IDPs. And they remain in there, because one needs to be able to fund them on an annual basis in terms of programs and initiatives that communities require. And I think the previous speaker also touched on the issue of suitably qualified center management. We see this being quite prevalent in the sense that where you have center managers that are suitably qualified and have the full support of the municipality, the centers are fully functional, and they basically do not need to have a babysitting type of scenario. They literally flying, and then they come to the province when the need arises in terms of certain interventions where then they require. And then we as a province, if we cannot assist them, then we request the support from national. Also, in terms of the municipalities, they need to be on board in terms of the signing of lease agreements. I think the importance thereof, I need not stress. Without money coming back into the center, one cannot operate and maintain and sustain the center. So in terms of the rentals that are received, that money needs to be plowed back by the municipality specifically to that center and the programs that they seek to deliver. In terms of some of the, maybe one want to call it functionality achievements, we have 34 grade 1, and those are the two-song service centers which the department is supporting municipalities in terms of ensuring that services are provided to those marginalized communities. We ensure that center manager forums are held and capacitation and skills development is done at these center forums. We also share best practices within the province, as well as then I've indicated that we've developed a CSE policy framework. This document is something then now we will use and enhance and obviously amend where required in terms of maybe new innovations that may present itself. We also ensure that there are adequate monitoring systems, as I've discussed earlier, because without monitoring and evaluation and assessment, one is unable to improve rollout moving forward. And then also we have the working relationship as a province with national, and I'm not going to go through them, but basically with national SOEs, implementing agents, etc., we do have a good working relationship. In terms of the recent completion of projects, Program Director, I'm not going to dwell on this slide too long, but these are basically centers in the province in the last 5 years that we've invested in, and the investment is approximately 136 million rand. And most of them, if not all, are complete and operational, except for the one which is nearing completion. And this is within a very rural area within the Mapumulo municipality. We've had some challenges, but we will be addressing those and completing those, that project very, very soon. These are just some images of the recently completed centers. This is within the Bulwer, within the Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma local municipality, where we've recently supported the municipality with grant funding to implement the project. We've also supported the Okoshlamba local municipality within the Bergville area in a similar type of initiative. And in this initiative, Program Director, it wasn't just the two-song center that we supported them. As COCTA, we provided funding for a disaster management center, and also through our small town rehabilitation program, we provided funding for a license testing center, etc., because we found that this node was underutilized in terms of most of the communities residing in this area were traveling to Ladysmith, which is approximately 50 or 60 k's away, to obtain these services. So by bringing services within the town, the economy of the town can grow and money is put back into the municipality and back into the center itself. This is the project that I've indicated that we are nearing completion, and the executive will be handing it over to the municipality, and it will thereafter form part of the municipal asset register. And as COCTA, we will then obviously support in terms of functionality and sustainability of the center. Chairperson, I will not spend time on this slide, but basically to indicate that the centers for Amakosi in the province, which I said number over 300, we support them with rehabilitation interventions. These projects that you see on the list have been recently completed in the last financial year, and these were as a result of the serious storm damages the province was impacted upon. You can see that some of the before and the after images, roofs blown off, and when this happens, then there's no service delivery taking place at the centers. So one needs to make sure that we can speedily address this with the limited funding that we do have. Chair, in terms of the digital centers, I'm not going to dwell on it, but basically to indicate that with our partnership with the Moses Kotane Institute, who are specialists in this type of work, we have concluded digital centers within the two-song service centers at Bergville, Umfolozi, and Upongolo. You can see the number of beneficiaries to date and the type of programs being implemented, mainly targeted towards the youth development, etc. These are just images in terms of some of the success stories in terms of the digital center program. We're trying to solicit additional funding from the provincial treasury for the program, where we then as a department can directly fund it. Chairperson, let me skip those slides. In the current financial year, we'll be completing these 2 additional centers within the Amashlubi municipalities. We are at an advanced stage with the MKI in terms of implementing the program. Unfortunately, one of the centers was recently subjected to the act of unrest and was damaged and partially burnt. So we are also applied to the provincial treasury for funding in that regard. And I'll talk to that on my last slide. Chairperson, during the, and I'm nearly at the end now, during the recent COVID-19, the pandemic, and which still plagues us, though the levels have been dropping significantly, which is a good thing. We also use the two-song service centers as social relief, payout places, etc. So there's a lot of things. It's even vaccination and drives, COVID testing, etc. has been undertaken at the two-song service centers. So with all the challenges that we do have as a program, and I think the previous speakers have alluded to, and they are very much correct in that, even though they are 10 years or 15 years in the making, they still persist and plague us. So we need to be able to do much more with the limited resources that we have. Chair, in conclusion, we'd like as a province to indicate that the support that we receive from national, whether it's Treasury, DPSA, GCIS, and other partners, are always very much welcome as a province. This, whether it's through funding, whether it's capacity building, any type of support is appreciated and welcomed by the province. In terms of the second bullet, I think I've indicated that the number of grade two-song service centers are in excess of 300. So we do struggle in terms of funding in that regard, but with the funding that we have, we try to prioritize in terms of where we see those centers are having an impact on the greatest populace out there in marginalized areas, those that are away from the urban centers, if one wants to call that. I've discussed the issue of the rural landscape in terms of the province and the vast backlog, but we ensure that through the provincial growth and development strategy and the plan, that we put the program at the forefront of provincial planning and make sure that new development in terms of new nodal development in the province takes cognizance of the poverty areas and the areas that require social relief, where we implement new two-song service center projects. And Chairperson, just to reiterate, the program has the full support of the provincial government, and resources are made available, as I've indicated, in terms of trying to implement the program. Chair, as I conclude, maybe we just received some news yesterday that we did apply on behalf of some municipalities for some relief funding in terms of centers that were vandalized and burnt during the recent unrest that we've seen as a province. And I can report to the meeting that we are fortunate enough that the Provincial Treasury have provided us with 9 million rand, which we now need to ensure that we speedily utilize to implement rehabilitation at those centers that were subjected to those acts of unrest. Chairperson, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity as the province to be part of the session, and we look forward to partaking in the rest of it. Thank you so much.
You've just given us hope here that we can actually do things right. And KZN has presented very well to show what they do. It means planning is important. You need to budget for these things. We cannot talk about them and not have a plan. And I think what I picked up as well is that, within the municipalities, I think in KZN, COGTA is taking the lead. And they make sure that municipalities put these centers as part of the IDPs, because that's what will guide expenditure within municipalities. Veronica, I hope you listen to that comment around the ICT blueprint that is supposed to be led by the DPSA. I hope when you come in later on, you'll give us more light. It was a comment from KZN regarding the delay in implementing that ICT blueprint for the service centers. Thank you so much. The next presentation will be from Northern Cape. They're also connecting virtually, and they will present about the use of technology to enhance service delivery at two-song centers. DM, I want to indicate that we are, the CPSI, the Center for Public Service Innovation, we are actually working with Northern Cape in their latest innovation, where they want to bring a two-song center that would be a mobile one. So it will be interesting to hear what they have for us today. Over to you, Northern Cape. I also don't have the name of the presenter. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Program Director. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Are you going to
Yes, you are.
a presentation, or
Okay.
you're going to talk?
Program Director, without wasting any more time, My name is Ryan, and the surname will be Van Skalkwyk. Good morning to you. Thank you for affording us this opportunity to share with you our efforts in taking services closer to people. I also want to recognize our DM. It is really an honor to present in front of all of us, in front of the leadership, and from the Northern Cape to share with you how and maybe please give some hope. Yeah. So, Program Director, in the Northern Cape, we will have 5 tourism service centers. I am the manager of one of these tourism service centers. So I can really, from my side, I can allude to what is happening on the ground. So, Program Director, was without wasting time, one of our centers, and why I'm giving this background, was burned down by during protest actions, and that is part and parcel why we thought that, look, let us see how we can put a mind together in bringing services closer to our people. Program Director, during the 2019 in Durban, in Cape Town, there were recommendations made to digitize tourism service centers as part of the fourth industrial revolution. And I also, from the Northern Cape, want to give some context, environmental content, in terms of the dynamics of the province. So, and as the previous speakers he alluded that gone are the days that this is a talking show. We must start to put word into action. So, but be as it may, the Northern Cape province is 1/3 of South Africa. It's a very small, is having very small population. You will have pockets of people that will stay here and there. It's also a province that will have sparse population and vast traveling. So it is very difficult to take services to this to our people. Program Director, I also need to, I must say that we don't receive funding to drive the tourism service center in the Northern Cape. Be as it may, we want to use the little of the little to help people to have access to government service. I also need to say that that it is the in terms of the Constitution, it is the right of every South African citizen to have access to government services. Program Director, you allow me to share with us the solution, and I also need to with excitement to announce that we have established partnership with CPSI. So we are now in the baby steps phase and busy to develop this tourism service center app. And by this, I want to say that we want to bring services to the pocket where you can access services on your smartphone. So, Program Director, and I will present this thing from the level of the center management. I'm not the engineer that will design these type of things, but I'm helping to put these things together because I know what is happening and I know what the people need on ground level. So if you can allow me to present, I just want to read our vision and mission, Northern Cape. Our vision, it's a modern, growing and successful province. Let me just go to the next slide. Yeah, so the first pilot money tourism service center was established in 1999, and it was named after our first premier, honorable premier, Manida Pichel. Program Director, as we know, the multi-purpose centers, this program started with it was known as previously as multi-purpose centers. And the first generation Tusung was introduced in 1999. I think, if I'm not correct, that the model was advocating that in every district we should have at least one Tusung center. And soon after that, the second generation Tusung service centers businessmen were born and approved by Cabinet. And that one was saying that we should have at least one Tusung service center in each municipality. Speaking about the Northern Cape, Program Director, in the Northern Cape, you will have the areas where there are zero government services. So that is why we thought that, look, we need to work on something to bring the services really closer to people. I must also announce that currently, as we are working with CPSA on this developing of a Tusung Service Center app, I must also say today we can announce that 3 out of our 5 centers are Wi-Fi fit. So we are also running with private partnering in bringing free data to the communities which needs it the most. Program Director, in terms of my first slide, in 2019, as I mentioned earlier, me and my team went to the Indaba in Cape Town, and we presented the Tusung Service Center app at the National Tusung Service Awards in Cape Town. Then let me go further. Then in terms of my presentation, we will have the introduction, number 2, the historical background, number 3, the Tusung Service Center model typology, challenges in the Northern Cape Province, number 5, what does Tusung online solutions entail, the changing face of Tusung Service Centers, and then obviously the benefits of online Tusung Service Centers. And like the previous speakers alluded to, that this thing need to be sustained. We've gone other days that we are just talking, we are just doing talking shows. That is why your project ownership is also very important. And then obviously your funding. Now, in terms of the introduction, Program Director, number 1, my bullet number 1, the overall objective is to bridge the digital divide and to provide access to much needed government services to communities in rural and remote areas and where no government services are available. The Tusung Online Solution Team, established during 2019 by representatives from the OTP ID Directorate, to provide the roadmap for the development of a Tusung Online solution. Program Director, I also need to make a addition that OTP will be your coordinating department and your oversighting department in the Northern Cape. And that is why we thought that look, going forward, we need to put a word into action. We need to put muscle together and really push this thing to a level where we can say, yes, now today, people have really, all people are covered. The amount of people that needs access to government service also increased. Program Director, without wasting any time, in terms of my slideshow, this initiative demonstrates the benefits of going online using software that simplifies the process of using communication tools and other applications which will address the current challenges in the Tusung environment. Leave no one behind. As government continue to make their services digital by default, there is an increased need and urgency to ensure that everyone has access to online government services. Like I previously mentioned, just a bit of a historical background. The Tusung Service, and as the previous speakers also mentioned, and I don't want to duplicate, Tusung Service Centers, formerly known as multi-purpose centers. Today, it is Tusung Service Centers. Government Communication and Information, it is better known as GCS. They will be responsible for the overall coordination. We have 183 centers to date across the country. And also in terms of the six block model, we will have SASA, Home Affairs, Social Development, and Labor. Tusum centers are also in terms of the Northern Cape in the dynamics. Quarterly, we will also have our outreach program. So that is why we will also, in terms of the program, we are complemented by mobile outreaches. There was also such a situation, Yedelas conducted by DPSA, and that one suggests that there is a value in having centers that provide information and government services situated in close proximity to where people live. The concept of government services under one roof or complex can reduce the time and money people have to spend in accessing government services. Program Director, I also need to mention here again that a few years back, the ugly head of protest actions also raised its head. And this, one of our first center, Money to Picture Tourism Center, it was burned down, and it was not good for our people. People are traveling far. Imagine you want to buy electricity for maybe 20 rand, but you must pay maybe more than 20 rand, maybe at least 40 rand for a return ticket up and down just to buy electricity. From the director, we cannot afford to treat our people like that. We are government. Government is not a place somewhere in Pretoria or in Cape Town. We shall govern, so we must help our people. We must be responsible and we must be accountable and see how we can bring services closer to people. Then we will have in front of us the Tusum Service Center typology. You will have your metro where you will have 500,000 people, and you will have a large Tusum Service Center which can accommodate at least 200,000 people, and then obviously your small type of typologies where you can have and accommodate 60,000 people. Then you will have your cluster type of Tusum Service Centers, which is a walking distance from where people can access services on one yard. And then we will have our satellite Tusum Service Centers in Northern Cape. We will have our Ochrabi's Tusum Service Center. We are also excited to announce that last year, during the Tusum Week, the national event, it was hosted at the Ochrabi's Tusum Center, and the event was officiated by our Honorable Premier, Dr. Samani So. We are also happy to announce that, but since we are bringing a private sector to the party, since we are bringing free data to the people, we also thought to resuscitate some of our telecenters, and that was what that happened last year during the opening of the Ochrabi's Tusum Service Center. We managed to resuscitate the telecenter. People can now have access to these government services online. We are also happy that this time around we managed to rope in these telecenters as a support for the Department of Health and as part of government to help with the vaccination campaign. So we use these telecenters for vaccination registrations, and in a way to speed up things and to close the backlog, especially in the Northern Cape in terms of vaccinations. And obviously we will have our mobile Tusum service centers where we will access where people between the amount of 2,000 and 10,000 people can have access to government service, and then your outreach projects where you will have less than 2,000 people that can access government services. Program Director, without wasting any time, in front of us we will see the changing face of Tusum service centers. And the idea is here, the concept is here, to bring the Tusum service centers to your phone, where you can use with a push of a button, your community can have access. And not that we want to leave people behind. This Tusum online app, it will be an enabler, it will be an additional mechanism to bring services closer to people and into the pocket of our people, while we will still have our physical Tusum service centers. Besides this app, Program Director, this app for the smartphones, there will also be a back office call center where people will have that face-to-face interaction online with people in your call center. where they can ask for help and advice, and where they can be directed or redirected to government services. Changing phase of tourism service continued. So the idea is here, Program Director, it will be a three-phased approach will be followed in the development of the online solution to access tourism service centers. Changing phase of the service centers continued. Phase one, obviously, the system will need to be hosted at a suitable location where the environment can cater to infrastructural and network requirements. At this stage, the user can only register, log on, view service information, and service contact details. Program Director, I need to mention earlier, we spoke about the infrastructure, the long queues, and everything. I must say that with this idea or concept, we will really do away with this long queues and structural problems and maintenance issues. So this is really the way to go. But without wasting time, phase two, once a government call center is established, training of the call center agents can commence. This training will allow the call center agents to address, redirect, and close inquiries. So it will also speak to your complaints, your complaint systems and your complement system. So we will be able to zoom into problems on the various without wasting any time. We will have a system where we can resolve issues online and quickly and without wasting the time of the client or your government of officials. The tourism online call center integration can be activated and interaction between citizens and service providers can commence there. Phase three, the integration of the online in the current model can start a holistic view of how people access the tourism service centers of both models, which would enable us to capture valuable analytics, which can assist us with delivering of services. Program Director, the question, what does tourism online solutions entail? And obviously that is a big question that we want to ask. So to answer to that also, it entails the online interface for the citizen interaction. For example, like a computer, tablet, or mobile phone. You will also have your online help desk. Your tourism program provincial coordination console. It is very important for your coordinator to have immediate access and to see how this tourism service centers can operate from a push of a button or from using a phone, a smartphone. Then obviously, as I mentioned earlier, it will really help with your queue management systems and your complement management systems, and it will allow an opportunity to better service delivery and to treat people with respect, with the necessary dignity. Obviously, in the Northern Cape, we will have some challenges. Funding will be one of our challenges. Infrastructure and ICT, monitoring and evaluation and reporting. Northern Cape is a vast province, as I earlier mentioned, and sparsely populated. Travel distances much longer compared to other provinces. ETC, for example, it is 40 kilometers maximum distance. Then it applies to determine locations for additional facilities. Limited transport, limited public transport, and maintenance of gravel roads and tar roads. It's an ongoing challenge, Program Director. Your benefits of your online tourism service, obviously, your citizens will have access to online government services. It breaks the physical limitation barrier of buildings. It reduces traveling. Also, I want to mention to that Program Director, your Northern Cape, we sit with serious temperatures there. So we will also, it will have a huge impact if we can take this concept onto a level where we can implement it. In terms of the slide, it extends your tourism service into outreach program. It also improves the turnaround time of service delivery. It also, in a way, improve your monitoring and evaluation. And then you will obviously have flexible service availability. So this app will allow 24/7 service delivery. So people will have ongoing access to government services. It will also increase your population coverage in terms of your unserviced population. Program Director, and without wasting any time, obviously they need to be a project ownership and funding. So in terms of this structure here, OTP will be on a provincial level, will be the driver of this thing, supported by GCS and your municipality sector departments, and then obviously CPSA as our partner. Program Director, in conclusion, this solution is not just an e-government solution, but a complete solution to drive services for the people of South Africa. And on that note, Program Director, thank you so much.
Thank you for that presentation. DM, we've been accused as CPSA that we only work in Gauteng. I hope that puts a tick on our slate that we decided to also assist provinces like Northern Cape in their innovation venue. We look forward to work. We also work with the DPSA on the same project. It's still at conception, and we'll see what the project brings, but we know it will be good. You know what? When banks were moving us to the mobile platforms, and I was one of those people who was resistant to move because I was so used to doing my internet banking on my laptop. But you know, they were so insistent. They would call you, and they said, "Like I can't log in and what." But they kept on calling me. Now I'm so comfortable in using the mobile app, the bank mobile app. You know, you can do anything. I don't even know whether there's still a need for prestige accounts because you can talk to a consultant. They can solve all your problems. I can move money from all my accounts at night. If I remember, oops, you're running low, I can move a few rands that I don't have to wait for the bank to be opened. And I hope this innovation will lead us to there. I think as he was presenting, I also am asking myself questions. How possible is it going to be? But innovation is about breaking the norm. So we will give this innovation a chance. And we hope in a year or so, when we have the Public Service Month, we'll be able to report with Northern Cape and DPSA on the progress made in this regard. Colleagues, we are now at questions, discussions. If you have questions and so forth, please fill them. The DM will be leaving us soon after the Q&A session. I see there's a number of comments coming through our platform. The first one is really a comment to say we really do need, PS's service centers to be operational as a matter of yesterday. So we all agree it's very urgent for us to move forward. To the technical support, I hope the presentations will be shared. I'm not sure which way, whether it's on the DPSA website or through the Zoom platform. The next one says, just this morning, a caller on one of the radio stations mentioned that he works 6 days a week and has not been able to apply for a new ID, such as, because you are at work and you need to take leave. For you to go and renew your license or to, apply for anything, you need to be mentally prepared to spend the whole day there. So it's just a person indicating the kind of frustrations that they have. The next one, with regard to connectivity in the centers, recently young people faced with a challenge to can apply online. Technical, please, if you are moving the screen, I'm having a difficulty of reading the questions. Now I've missed that question. Oh, there it is. To apply online because of poor connectivity, if indeed we want to champion service delivery and the 4IR, it is time for us to start, to make sure that we have connectivity in hotspots. I know a number of municipalities have Wi-Fi hotspots, but it shows that the issue around bandwidth and connectivity are very important. What else is there? Are those the only questions? I'm not sure if the panel is still here. If DM wants to make probably a comment or two before you leave, that would be great. And I will hear if the other presenters are still in the house to come and, respond to some of the comments. DM? Something.
What I thought I was right. Thank you, Program Director. And I just want to also just thank the presenters in terms of the engagement that you've had this morning. I think it's very valuable engagement, Program Director. Valuable engagement towards improvement of the service we already have. One thing that I think it was common that she mentioned that we keep on coming here, we talk about these things, and it's as if, just implementing them becomes problematic. We need to understand why does it become problematic to have to go and implement what we obviously know is a problem. The one example that she gave was, whose responsibility is it to actually run these Tusong centers? Because when there isn't any clear mandate for a particular department, it then becomes problematic in terms of management of these centers. And she talked about lack of tools of trades, where you would actually go in and find that people don't have simple things like pens, and if they've got to go and have to print, they have to be running around in the malls to go and print. We need to actually make a decision to improve these Tusong service centers, because obviously what we are actually saying is that this is a very important concept that government has actually developed, but we need to actually have a way of making it to work for the people in a manner in which it is structured, and in terms of how these Tusong service centers are actually managed. Indeed, connectivity is a problem. And I think even in my speech, I've actually indicated that connectivity is a serious, serious challenge. And it's not a serious challenge for Tusong service centers only. It's a serious challenge across the board in government. And that's something that really urgently needs to be worked on, because more can be done by government, as long as we can be in the position to put necessary and important systems in place, just to ensure that whatever work we need to do, it will actually be done in a very effective and efficient manner, which is part of the values and principles of a public service, to say that the work that we do must be done in an efficient, effective manner, and in a cost-saving manner, so that the resources that we've got as government manage to really take us much further than where we could actually manage to go. There was a comment about school and job applications. I don't think it will be something that I can manage to comment on. But when it comes to job applications, what I remember, and you will correct me, Program Director, is that there was something called E-Recruitment that we launched 3 years ago. What happened to the E-Recruitment? We need to go find out what happened to E-Recruitment. We need to go and make it to work, because it was a system that was created to allow South Africans not to keep on filling in the Z83 form. Once you apply once, we capture your information. And even in future, when you've got to apply, you will know that your information is within the system. You just indicate the position that you are actually applying for, and information will be readily available within the government system. So let's try and find out, for the work that we have actually concluded, what will have happened to it, so that we then resuscitate that, so that we don't work and then have to take steps backwards. It's not really very helpful. And this is why also, even with connectivity, is very important, because once you have a Home Affairs has got information on South African citizens. Even for people that sometimes are not South Africans but live in South Africa, you'll find that Home Affairs will have it. The health system will have it, because they go to hospital, they are asked for just personal information. But you find that everybody, whatever they are doing, we keep on having to get personal information, and it means we just moving in circles as government. It can actually even help when it comes to improvement of the safety and security. So connectivity is very important. It's something that was supposed to have happened yesterday. We are hopeful soon we will actually manage to have this connectivity across the board in government departments in South Africa. And we are just also thinking that we think alike with our stakeholders, because I see UNDPs here. If they develop interest, they can actually also come to the party so that we can be in the position to manage to do something that can really help us finally to be connected, and maybe to have systems that have got tracking systems, you know, in terms of development of reports, so that we actually operate at a very different level that promotes efficiency. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, DM. Yeah, E-Recruitment. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. Let's wait for the DM to leave. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm told Commissioner Pigene's hand is up. I can see it from this side, but I want to read Kaman's question to Kaman so that she can come in after Prof. They say, it says Kaman does not monitor, does the OPSC not monitor service delivery at local government? How does the OPSC reconcile monitoring of service delivery challenges at the municipal level with information from national and provincial levels? What sources are used to obtain service delivery information from the municipal level? That's a question that I hope Kaman will respond to. Prof, you can come through, Commissioner Figeni.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to come first on the point that Carmen is going to speak to, because it's more like a preemptive strike. There are current reforms taking place in terms of public service, even in the professionalization of public service, the district development model, and several others which are beginning to raise the issue of a single administration, to say you cannot have a local government sphere that is not aligned and standardized to the national and provincial. So we are hoping that when that is addressed, it will then be easy for the PSC to get into that level. But meantime, PSC is working with SALGA to make sure that we share some notes and we do not just limit ourselves into areas which are provincial and national. In any event, once you have a district development model, it becomes natural and seamless to say, look at the service delivery ecosystem, right from local to provincial to national, right across departments, vertically and horizontally. The second issue I want to say, when we talk the fourth industrial revolution, we shouldn't look at it as the mantra that will solve every other problem. We should just know that it is one of the tools in terms of innovations. Key to the resilience of the public servant is ability to be resourceful, to be innovative whenever something is not happening. For example, you may find that there is connectivity problem at a given time because there is a power cut. But if you had backups or even power banks, you could then move on to a phone and continue to do the service or continue the meeting and so forth. So it is not at the slightest, indication that we should be saying we have all these problems. The problems should take time, they will be solved. But meantime, there is a common sense, innovative, native wisdom, which says, under these circumstances, what do I do? The Wi-Fi in our area is dead, but I could use the hotspot in my phone and so forth. So as we design policies, as we design notions of data and the tools of service, we should have those things in mind to say when A goes, how do we deal with B? If an elderly person came in having spent so much money, or any poor person for that person matter, only to find in the office, like it is the case with the post office most of the time, we are offline. If there was a possibility of scanning the document, even with your phone scanner, that was needed. Is there a need for that person to keep coming just for the photocopy of an ID, or can we be more resourceful and creative in a sense? And the last point I want to make here is to say there is the rollout now of the fiber connection for greater speed of connectivity and broadband, which is a lot more stable than your the current forms that we have, which use the phone lines, which sometimes use all other connectivities which are of limited nature. With the growing data, with the complexity of multimedia data that files that we have to transmit, and the video conferencing, fiber might just be the one where we say in the two song centers, can't we prioritize the connectivity in those areas? Because it is now getting into the suburbs, it's getting into different places. Government perhaps could bargain to say, let's get those in the service centers in the first place. And lastly, we often cry about silos. We cry about departments not cooperating, or different spheres of government not cooperating. Shouldn't we revisit performance agreements to say those people who are so competitive in a negative sense of not wanting to share information, not wanting to integrate systems, not wanting systems to speak to each other, there should be a penalty. Consequence management is not about what you have stolen. By preventing certain things which could have high impact and making people lose millions in the process, you are no different from a person who is corrupt, who has stolen. So in our performance agreements, there ought to be something which says, if so-and-so doesn't want to cooperate, we deduct certain points. Thank you.
Commissioner, Carmen, in 1 minute, you want to add, or are you fine with the response? Is there anything that you want to add?
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, just based on what I fully support what Commissioner Fikeni is saying, but I'd just like to add, especially when we're going out to areas where we are evaluating a service delivery model, we ensure that we engage with all the role players that are responsible for implementing or delivering a certain service. In the instance with the Tucson service centers, we ensure that there was engagement with the management committee, and the management committee represents all the role players on the different levels, provincial as well as local government level. And although the PAC does not have what is happening at a local level. Have established working relationships and MOUs with institutions like the HSRC, the MRC. We have a partnership of about 5 years, recently signed in June with the UNDP, where we're looking at what are the interventions and projects that can be implemented to build a capable state, whether it is through professionalization, looking at various service delivery models and how we can improve the effective and efficiency of those service delivery models, as well as looking at the capacity available at all levels in government, because as a collective, we are responsible for service delivery. So if we are involved in inspections, we also do surveys. So where we engage with the beneficiaries and request the information in terms of what are the challenges, what are some of the issues that can be addressed. So although, as you have rightly indicated, Mr. Homo, is that we don't necessarily have the oversight function over local government, but we ensure that we get the required data in terms of how do we improve service delivery at these 3 levels. We also have working relationships and MOUs with different universities across the country, where we engage with them in terms of the raw data that has been gathered at the different levels of government. We have a standing relationship with the health ombuds, especially in terms of our work that we're doing in the health sector, and also a very good working relationship with Stats SA, where we ensure that we bring on board those relevant role players with the required data to provide a full picture in terms of service delivery across the 3 spheres of government. We also, as the Public Service Commission, developed the Citizens Forums Toolkit, where if you use that toolkit, all the role players and beneficiaries and stakeholders are brought on board in terms of addressing a specific service delivery challenges in a community, and that engagement happens at local government level, where we get all the role players involved, identify the challenges, identify the solutions in terms of what needs to be addressed, and ensure that we build in accountability processes and arrangements for us to monitor and evaluate the implementation of these recommendations and solutions that were collectively decided on at all 3 levels of government. So I hope that addresses the question that was asked. Thanks, Program Director.
Thank you so much. We're moving into session 2. I've noted the comment. Unfortunately, the DMS left about the issue around e-recruitment. So it shows DBE is already doing it. So DPSA, we need to move fast on e-recruitment to make sure that we have a uniform system. The next session, we're not going to take a break because of time constraints. We've been lamenting in terms of where we failed. We've seen examples of KZN and Northern Cape. In the next session, it's about lessons and also repositioning. At this stage, I'll call Ntate Bongani Matumela. He's coming back home to DPSA. He has worked for DPSA, but now he's a program manager for governance at UNDP South Africa. Bongani, I know you're going to save me a few minutes. Probably will be done in 20 minutes. 15 minutes. Thank you. Over to you.
I think that's something quite very critical. So I think we are doing and we are understanding our focus on the assessment of the Tusong centers within, I think, the framework of building a capable developmental and ethical state and building the capability of the state. And I think the point that was, I think, raised initially by one of the panelists about the fact that Tusong centers are just but one of the service delivery mechanism. So I think it's very important that, and I think our assessment is going to demonstrate why we're actually basically saying that. So what we did as part of the support to the DDM as the UN, we actually visited 2 districts, OR Tambo district and Waterberg district. We were in OR Tambo in April, and we went to Waterberg in early June. And I think with Waterberg, the interesting thing about it, we did it, the assessment, visiting the Tusong centers together with our national counterparts. We had the Department of Public Service and Administration as part of the visit, and the colleagues from the Public Service Commission were also part of that. And we had a series of engagements, following our visit with the various stakeholders, basically as well, just to get a sense of the issues that I think the Tusong centers were basically grappling with. And I think this is just a summary of some of the issues. I'm going to be very concise and succinct in terms of what is emerging with some key recommendations. And we're hoping that towards the end of this session, we'll move beyond just talking about some of these issues and perhaps develop an action plan to say that what is it that we're going to do and assign certain responsibilities amongst ourselves. And the United Nations stands ready basically to support the implementation of some of those next steps. So I'm just going to present just a high-level approach in terms of the methodology, some of the limitations, of course, in terms of the assessment, the key findings that we came up with, some of the recommendations, and lastly, what we think are the critical success factors, in terms of resuscitating and reviving the Tusong centers. I think we went through the normal process in terms of our approach. We did the project inception, engaging various stakeholders. We also did a bit of literature review because we also wanted to understand the whole issue of Tusong centers within the whole framework, of public service reform and ensuring accessibility, but also as part of government's own policy of service delivery improvement. And that Tusong centers were but one mechanism of doing that. And then we basically design a tool that I think, in our view, is that I think there are very useful insights from that tool. And I think that's a tool that maybe we can consider going forward in terms of how do we assess the effectiveness and the efficacy of these Tusong centers. And then we had a series of engagement with some of the key critical role players, and we presented our report to our UN country team, and now we're presenting it to this Public Service Month dialogue on frontline service delivery. There are, of course, some limitations in terms of assessment. We do know that we are faced with a situation of a general surge of COVID-19, and this really poses a serious constraint in terms of our ability to visit, to make some follow-up visits to some of the Tusong centers. But we had initially been to our Tambo and Waterberg as well. So some of the interaction to some of the stakeholders, especially national and the local stakeholders, were telephonic. So I think there was an issue about unavailability of some of the stakeholders. But as I indicated, we have been to our Tambo, we were in Waterberg. We also went to, as the UN, as part of our solidarity mission, we went to Durban, to KZN, following the unrest that took place in July, basically, as well. And we got a sense of what were the issues around service delivery and some of the challenges that the Tusong centers were facing. And we've been having several engagements, quite a lot, with our national role players. And we've done a bit of a deep dive as well into the previous assessment that were done. And there was one presentation from the PSC, and I think there's going to be another one from other stakeholders as well. So that's the methodology that we basically follow. We're not really starting from scratch, and we're building on what has been done previously as well. Now, in terms of the overall findings and our general impressions about the Tusong service centers, is that I think these centers are really fraught with a myriad of some of the systematic and strategic challenges, which I think have been alluded to in previous presentations. And some of these challenges have persisted, despite the numerous reports and findings and recommendations that have been alluded to. And one of the things that we also found was that I think there's a general lack of appreciation, I think, of the potential that these Tusong centers have as key levers of service delivery, and we're going to explain why we're actually making that finding, and that we just got a sense that the Tusong service centers are not really a priority, and therefore there is this attitude of really not having any interest and enthusiasm, basically, in terms of making them work, and that is one thing that we actually picked up as we're basically engaging with some of the stakeholders. And that they have not really been effective and functional in line with the objectives that they were set, that were established for in 1999. So I think that is one thing that we also find that there's also a general lack of clarity and perhaps at worst confusion on the roles and the policy oversight responsibility, the coordination and the ownership. And I think that's something that, and when we visited our Tambo, we went to Tombo. For example, Tombo is in Port St. John's area. We really, I think the situation was quite very dire there. Okay, let me just go back just in terms of the, I hope I'm audible, just in terms of the overall findings and our general impressions about it. Just again to say that we found that there were quite systematic and structural challenges, which have continued, I think, despite numerous reports and assessments that have actually been conducted, and the general lack of appreciation of the potential that these Tusong service centers have in terms of service delivery mechanism, and the fact that generally they are not a priority from the sense that we got from the assessment that we we undertook. And as a result, they have not really been effective and functional, and for the objective for which they were established in 1999. And one of the things that we also found was, I think there was a lack of clarity and at worst confusion in terms of the roles, the who was responsible for the oversight, who was responsible for coordination, and who was responsible for the ownership, basically as well. And one of the things that I was alluding to is our experience when we went to Tombo, to Song Center in our Tambo, which is in Port St. John's. And there was the situation there was very dire. We experienced the same sense when we went to Kunu, to Song Center, which was really a big structure, but that was just basically non-functional. When we went to Tombo, the post office had just closed the previous day. In Kunu, essentially there is no service. I think there is only an early childhood development center that is operating, and the rest of the departments are really not functional. They are not departments, and there's a dire need for government services in that center, but really the center is not really being supported. In our interactions with the stakeholders and role players, people told us that there was a lack of clarity and confusion as to the roles and responsibilities of various stakeholders, both nationally, provincially, the role of the district municipality, the role of the local municipalities. So there are issues around horizontal and vertical roles and responsibility and relationships that I think we need to address as part of this discussion and dialogue. And one of the things that we are saying that as part of something to consider is to really define the role of various players like DPSA, GCIS, COCTA, and DPME in terms of this. And also the roles of districts, the local municipalities, the province, sector departments that are very critical in providing those services, using the Tusong Center as a vehicle for that, and also other service delivery entities like the post office, SASA, etc. So we need really to define the issues about roles and responsibilities, who is responsible for oversight, who is responsible for coordination, and who has the ultimate responsibility for ownership to ensure that these centers are effective and actually functional. So in our findings, essentially we're saying that there are two fundamental systemic and structural key findings. And of which the rest of the issues that you are raising are just a function of. One is around the issue of the legislative and policy framework, which I think is very important that as part of this dialogue, we need to have a discussion on, in terms of holding certain people and institutions accountable and responsible for the functioning and the performance of these Tusong centers. I think that is very, very critical. That policy framework that basically will define those issues around responsibility and accountability. I think the second one, which I think is very critical, that we've sort of, is perhaps the narrow conceptualization in the framing of access issues. In a sense, and what we thought in terms of, I think we're looking at Tusong centers and almost as a magic bullet, in terms of addressing service delivery issues. So as a result of this, we've identified the following weaknesses, like there's a lack of implementation of past recommendations. We've discovered that there have been no less than 7 reports, that have been undertaken over the past decade, assessing the effectiveness and the efficiency of the Tusong centers. There are no minimum norms and standards. When we went to Tusong centers in our Tambo and the ones that we also went to in Waterberg district, we really find that there's a lot of variation, in terms of what to find when you go to Tusong centers. There seems not to be a universal and a standard norms and standard in terms of what is it that you basically expect when you walk into the Tusong centers. One of the things that we observed, in some of them, there was just no signage, basically, in terms of something that will basically be directing, communities and other people to say that, these are Tusong centers. So no minimum norms and standards, and I think that's something to think about, especially by departments that are responsible for setting up those standards. And we know that in terms of the Public Administration and Management Act, there's an obligation on the part, of the DPSA to ensure that those things are in place. I think the issue about ICT and connectivity has been alluded. I'm not going to go into that. There are basic elementary things like just working tools, that people have no access to. And there is no sense of how to deal with customers or with citizens when they come to the centers. I think in one instance, for example, one of the a focal point from one of the district municipality who is responsible for coordinating the various Tusong centers was actually using her own computer, a laptop, and also a cell phone, to do the business of coordinating the work of the center. That support was not actually provided. No working tools. I think Deputy Minister alluded to that issue about working tools. So we need to really to address some of those things, But there's a general poor state of ICT, when you go to these to the strong centers. There is no coordination. There's poor coordination and integration between service department. The issue about silo operation and culture. In some cases, you'll find that there will be social development in other Tusong center. There will be the Department of Agriculture. So there's a lot of variation basically in terms of, and the center managers find themselves, at the receiving end. They are caught, between the rock and the hard place, in terms of their roles and responsibilities. So there is no standard way to say that in a Tusong centers, these are the minimum kinds of services that you should actually be expecting. There's a lot of variation across the board. One of the things that we've also realized is that I think there's a lack of leveraging of the potential of public-private partnerships and building on what already exists. Now, there are two cases where this probably is quite very interesting. In the case of Kunu, for instance, I think the big structure, the Tusong Center that was set up, it was actually, I think, constructed by one of the biggest private sector companies. And one of the things that some of the communities were talking to and some of the stakeholders to say that perhaps we need to turn this place into a skills development center by the nature of the magnitude and the scale of the building and the potential that it has. So we need to try and explore leveraging public-private partnerships. And when we're having a discussion and interaction with them, for example, to say what is the extent of the involvement of the Department of Labor? And there was no idea, no sense of whether the Department of Labor was actually involved in terms of some of the ideas that communities has about what these Tusong centers could actually be. In the case of Waterberg, for example, Northern mining company has actually developed a very nice and a good building in Northern, but that building is actually not being used. It could be a potential building that can be explored, as a Tusong center mobile. So I think it's very important to leverage public-private partnerships, but also not public-private partnerships, but also working with civil society organizations as well that can come to these centers and actually provide services that communities actually required. The state of the infrastructure is very bad and is dilapidated as unsafe. I mean, and especially I think in Waterberg, I think in the two Tusong centers we visited, basically there was no water. There was no water, there was no electricity, and I think in Valvat and near La Palele, where we went to as part of the Mudimbuli municipality, there had been a service delivery protest, I think 2 weeks ago. The windows were actually broken, and the center manager had told us that he had done all the required processes in terms of getting quotation to repair the Tusong centers, but for close to a month now, nothing had been done, basically. So the windows were basically broken. We actually went there again, I think 3 or 4 weeks again. We found the same state of affairs was still in place. So I think the issue about the infrastructure in these centers is actually, and the question is, what is the role, of the municipality? What is the role of the district? What is the role of the Department of Public Works in that particular case? What is the role of the Department of Water Affairs when there is no water? What is the role of ESCOM when there is no electricity for about a month in a Tusong center, where you expect people to be serviced? So I think those are some of the things that we really need to basically to consider. So what we've actually done in terms of our assessment, we've sort of have in terms of our recommendation, basically, just to say that there are short-term things that we need to consider, and there are medium-term things that we need to consider, and there are long-term things that we need to consider. And I think in the short-term, I think this discussion that we're having now, I think is part of that short-term intervention to say that what is it that we can actually basically sort of do. This dialogue, I think, is something that we need to resolve the issue about the legislative framework and the policy issues that actually govern the operation of these centers. I think the issues about the governance general of these Tusong centers, I think there needs to be a bit of clarity and the capacity building of center managers. We actually find that capacity varies across the board, in terms of what are the minimum, what is the general job description of a center manager, for instance, and what are the minimum capacity requirements that you need for both the center managers, but also for departments that are actually rendering services in those Tusong centers. So I think those are some of the things that we can think about basically in the short term. In the medium term, I think there are big issues about the reconfiguration and the rethinking about and reimagining these Tusong centers differently. The issue of, I think, digitization and modernization, I think it was alluded to. I think it's something that we need to think about. How do we begin, to look into that, as a medium-term intervention but also the issue of leveraging public-private partnerships. I mean, one of the things that we did when we do an analysis, we actually realized that if you look at the scale of what already exists in terms of private sector capacity, in terms of retail services, why can't we explore leveraging those things instead of just preoccupying ourselves with a brick and mortar situation of, because it's going to take years to actually to rebuild and to resuscitate these Tusong centers. In the country, you've got about 4,600 petrol filling stations. You have about 2,350 PEP retail branches, which offer a whole range of services. Nowadays, I think you can actually you can go to PEP to courier services. You know, why don't we basically leverage on what already exists in terms of capability within the private sector, within the retail space, for example, where a lot of people actually go on a day-to-day basis, for commercial services. And I think the whole thing about the framework, about, feasibility in terms of a business case for these Tusong centers, I think we need to explore that. And one of the things that we also sort of realized that it might be useful, I mean, there were specific dire situations that we came across in Tombo, I think, at Tambo, I think in Mapela, Tusong Center in Waterberg, which actually serves. That Tusong Center is supposed to be serving, I think, about over 40 villages, essentially, but where there's just basically no infrastructure, basically. Why don't we, as government, together with other role players in the private sector and other international organizations, come together and to say that we're going to take one or two areas or areas and where we're going to actually to develop a flagship of a Tusong centers, come up with a proof of concept to demonstrate how this thing can actually work. Something like that. So I think those are some of the things that we really need to think outside the box, in terms of pushing and making this Tusong centers. And I think in the long term, I think something that was, mentioned by the Public Service Commission, by other panelists, I think the whole thing about institutional performance, monitoring and evaluation of these centers actually is very, very critical. Ongoing monitoring and evaluation, and to think about what would be the role of the Public Service Commission to continue to do this citizen satisfaction survey and the review of the model. I think as officials, we reflect on these things quite a lot. We're here today in this dialogue, we're talking about them, but it's very important to begin to get the voice of the citizens in terms of what is it that people, what kind of services do people want, and that will really assist us to frame the kind of Tusong Center model that we actually want to see going forward. And this is just one of the examples, for example, that we are basically saying that we really need to. I know that there is an access strategy, that exists at national level, and we really need to think about what we call an integrated multi-channel access to public goods and services. Yes, there will be a bricks and mortar model, which will be in the form of physical structure, like the Tusong centers, but also we need to leverage on public-private partnerships on the retail sector, to say that what exists in the retail space that we can actually use, because the issue is about delivering services to the people. And Tusong centers are just but one mechanism, but there may be other mechanisms as well. We need to explore ICT channels like the use of mobile phones, use of WhatsApp and SMSs. We know, for example, that I think there's GovChat. Have we really made the most use of those capacity in terms of online channels, for example? So we need to look into that. Mobile services and other things like mobile services, basically vans, trucks, and really going out to communities instead of communities coming to these centers to receive services. We really need to think about it. And also look at other intangible basically channels, especially around the issues about the use of language, for example, and also catering for the needs of the vulnerable groups, basically as well. So I think what we're trying to do here is to say that let's really think just beyond the Tusong Service Center in terms of the bricks and mortar as a physical structure, but let's begin to explore other mechanisms. Because at the end of the day, the issue is about bringing services closer to the people, and this may be through physical means, but it could be through other channels that actually already exist within the public service and within society. Just in terms of, in conclusion, just in terms of the critical success factors, I think the issue of the political will was raised before. It's very, very critical, and there needs to be a general buy-in and support, basically, amongst the within government itself, but also within the private sector, but also within the civil society space as well. I think we really need to programmatize this reimagination of the Tusong centers. I think what actually exists at the moment, our own assessment is that there's a lot of policy frameworks in terms of what needs to happen and everything else, but it only ends there. There is no sort of systematic and sort of deliberate attempt to really to say that what is it that we are going to do, how are we going to deal with the issues of ownership, coordination, and issues of funding, etc., etc. So I think we need, as government, to begin to think about programmatizing some of all of these things that we're saying we have in place to try and turn the situation around. The issue of budgeting and funding has come up quite consistently, and I think we need to explore the issue about refinancing and special appropriations, that are really going to be, to say that for the next 2 to 3 years, or in the next medium term period, this is how much government, together with other partners, is going to invest in trying to really to turn around these two song centers. I think we need to be very deliberate and we need to be very brave in terms of how we want to do that. But also in terms of budgeting, is about dealing with the issues of infrastructure, the basic infrastructure issues that I've alluded before, water, electricity, and just maintenance and repairs. And I think here we really have to think about what will be the role of ESCOM in terms of issues of electricity. What's the role of the Department of Water Affairs for water provision? What is the role of Department of Public Works in terms of the general maintenance of the buildings themselves, basically? Because in some cases, we found that, I think it was in Waterberg, for example, I think the only time that the buildings, were maintained or whatever was when the buildings or the song centers were opened, I think by Premier Ngwago Ramatloti, who was the premier then, and Minister Eso Pahat, who was the minister and the president. This is a long time ago, essentially. And you actually could really, from the outside or from the inside, you can just see that the building has not really been maintained. So I think we need to think about, and I think we're here today together to think about what is the role, because I think this really goes beyond the stakeholders that are just in this dialogue today. I think the issue about empowerment as well of the staff is very critical, because we're interacting with a lot of officials from the district municipalities, and we really need to start to explore how we can basically empower them, empowering the center managers, because they are caught between the rock and the hard place in terms of some of them are employed by the municipality, some of them are employed by the district municipality, some are employed by the province. So there is no uniformity in terms of the roles and responsibility of these people, and there is no concerted program to build their capacity, basically. So we really need to explore things like, have a forum of center managers, knowledge exchange, building their capacity on issues of customer relations management, how to manage and how to manage various stakeholders across the sectors. The issue about lack of standardization in terms of job descriptions of these center managers and empowering them is actually something that is actually very, very very critical. I think the investment in ICT, I think is something that I think we've actually alluded to. I think there's been a lot of discussion about we need to explore things like Wi-Fi and internet access, in these particular areas. But I think critical for us is the issue about beyond bricks and mortar, basically, to say that I think let's explore other things like mobile services. And also, I think we move beyond just the one-size-fits-all approach to say that 1-2 Song Center in Tombo is not probably going to be, it is not going to take the same nature and form like the Maponya Mall to Song Center. So I think we need to actually have, and I think that's why one of our recommendations that we need to explore almost coming up with a flagship, and a proof of concept in terms of how do you really make it to Song Center operate, in a far-flung area, but that is actually servicing a large number of people. I think one of the things around the differentiation, and it's something that we realize that it probably hasn't happened, or if it did happen, it happened long time ago. Doing a geospatial analysis, for instance, in terms of how many citizens actually live in a particular area, you'll find that maybe the majority of them are young people. So if it's young people, then it actually follows that. Perhaps what you need there, a lot of effort should be actually be invested in things like skills development centers, investing in ICT, and digital infrastructure. If it's like it's elderly, unemployed people, you might actually find that you need to have services that really address social issues that actually fail. So I think the need to do a geospatial analysis in terms of what you need in a particular geographical area where you want to put it to some service center, I think is something that we really need to explore. And I think the issue of leveraging public-private partnerships, but also leveraging working with civil society, I think is something that is also basically critical. And I think I will basically end the program director and thanks for the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Bongani, for the presentation. And I think with the next presentation that is coming, Veronica Murtalane, I hope you'll respond to some of the issues that are coming through from the UNDP assessment. Carmen, you were right. What you said could have happened last week. And as Bongani says now, the assessment that you did was in June this year. And yes, you're correct. There was no need for the Public Service Commission to do another assessment when things have not changed. We do appreciate provinces that have made strides, but we still have those that are still challenged in terms of making sure that the service centers are working properly. We will now take the next presentation from Veronica Mutalani. She's the Chief Director for Service Access at DPSA. I heard Bongani talking about the access strategy. That was during our time at DPSA. I think it was around 2005 or so when we were talking about access strategy. I remember when I started working at DPSA in 2005, one of the first meetings that I attended was to discuss the MPPCs with, it was not COCTA then, what was it called? But local government. And we were talking about the very same issues way back then. We hope the next presentation by Veronica will then shed light on some of the issues that were raised by some of the previous speakers and continue to give us hope that things will be better. Veronica, over to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, the DM in absentia, Prof. Somadoda, as well as my fellow presenters, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to take this opportunity to wish you a happy Public Service Month. I hope you are enjoying it, and there are lots of lessons that are coming out of that. And we will be looking forward as public servants to basically make sure that we implement whatever lessons that are coming from this kind of dialogue. Indeed, Program Director, there has been some discussions around the Tucson service centers. There has been some discussions around basically implementation of Patupili in principles in generally, the policy. And there continue to be some lessons in that regard. So what I think, part of the discussions or dialogue of this nature should actually, bring hope to us, and it should actually give us a platform to consolidate, and we should indeed make sure that we move forward. And I agree that the 2009 presentation from Carmen is basically like it was yesterday. But again, it begins to also say that we quite comfortable now to say we know what the challenges are, and we need to really make sure that we deal with those challenges. The shortcuts are not helping, and so is Bongani. He actually confirmed that, and the various speakers. So, Program Director, I'm hopeful that from my side, I will also be able to share the light in terms of what is it that we've done, what is it that we're doing, and what is it that needs to be done going forward. And indeed, there should be that kind of collaboration. There should be that kind of efforts to make sure that, much as it's difficult, we really need to make sure that that happens. And the issues by, the fact that we have Bongani from this side now, from the UN, it's also giving us hope, because he knows exactly what are the issues, and they are not necessarily easy, but those are the kind of things that we need to grapple with. I think for me, it's quite critical that we need to look at the timelines that basically shows where we come from with the Tucson service centers, because they will continuously now begin to ground us as to how to move forward. The roadmap of repositioning, because, from the issues that have been said in the morning, and this afternoon, there are challenges around the Tucson service centers, but it doesn't change the reality that it's one of the critical service delivery improvement mechanisms that are really, critical to our citizens, some of whom are reliant on that, especially, if we have to make sure that the issue of access and value for money, especially in the rural areas, becomes a reality. What are the key issues around repositioning of these Tucson service centers? And basically, the issues that one will be talking to will be reiterating what has been said. And also the typology of this and the proposed model of these tuition service centers, and it will actually corroborate what Bongani has been saying. So for me, what is critical will be to say, now that we have these, how do we move forward? How do we partner? How do we sustain what we're having? The future provision of the tuition service centers, because we need to sustain that kind of access. Whilst we are grappling with this kind of issues, colleagues, the citizens are maturing on the ground. Their expectations are getting more and more serious, and we have to account and make sure that we give them the service that they require. I will basically, colleagues, as program director has indicated, but with Pilane, so is the access strategy is way back as 2004, where we really wanted to ground the Batupili revitalization program, where we wanted to make sure that there's facilitation of participation of citizens in the delivery of services, because we cannot just bring services to the people without engaging them. We need to make sure that within the context of Batupili, we come up with a citizen-centric kind of service. And we're also talking about the development of public service that has a strong citizen sectors culture. Chairperson, I don't know how do I take out this, because now I can't read. This thing is obstructing me. Okay, thank you. So basically, the main thing is, sorry about this. We also, in terms of the access type strategy, we're talking about repackaging of service offering and the development of new models that are basically responsive to the maturity and the service delivery improvements going forward. How do we make sure that we provide information people? How do we make sure that we provide services to the people? And then how do we make sure that we achieve a greater collaboration, which has been a critical challenge since this morning, and it continue to be like that. As Lydia has indicated, even within your own department, the issue of silo way of doing things becomes a challenge. But now, with the maturity of the tuition service centers, the issue of collaboration and integration and alignment and becomes even more critical, because the citizens really just want a one-stop shop in the true sense of the tuition service centers, where they just want to come in and transgress with government and transact with government and get whatever service that they require without lots of explanations. We also need to come up with a strategy to reposition, to repurpose and refocus the program. Basically, based on the lessons that come out of since 1999, there's a need for us to do that. But you don't necessarily just do it as a national department. That is where the issue is. You don't just do it as DPSA or DPME or COPTA or or PSC. You need to collaborate. We need to make sure that you work closely with the stakeholders. You also don't necessarily, do it alone as a provincial government. You need to do it in the true Batupili strategy, which aims at promoting integrated and seamless service delivery. And central to this repositioning, colleagues, is the whole of government or one government approach that is strengthened by collaboration between departments and other stakeholders. And as Bongani has indicated, stakeholders is not only government, but it's also private sector, it's also civil society, depending on what are the service delivery needs of the community at wherever tuition service center is. But what is critical again is the concerns that we need to deal with, especially around the repositioning that comes out of the proliferations of various types of service centers and related initiatives, that require greater synergy. Example of KZN, they've actually been differentiated those two service centers, and you realize that some of them, need a different way or a different approach to make sure that they are being sustainable, because be it as, whether we like it or not, is one of the service centers that are providing services within the communities. But lately we've seen a proliferation of that. We need to really make sure that we streamline them. We make sure that they are fit for purpose. We must make sure that they are really responding to the needs of the citizens. Colleagues, the reposition of Tucson service centers really commenced as way back as when we started with the Tucson service, I mean, in 2010, but in 2014-19 MTSF, government really elevated that to the MTSF, whereby there was a need to relook at these Tucson service centers, use the lessons that are coming out of that and come up with a mechanism to reposition them. And the key issue at that time was to respond to the operational and the systemic challenges that was identified at that time, through various reviews. 209 PSC oversight was one of them, and one would argue that those oversights that were happening at that time, including your parliamentary oversights, be it national or provincial or even local, was actually highlighting that there's a need to focus on external environment, on social, on technological, on economic, as well as policy enhancement. And these are the things that even our partnership with UN actually highlighted, that there's a need actually in terms of the repositioning to respond to the changing spatial realities, the socio-economic environment and demographic composition of the country. This includes, looking at the migration and settlement patterns, the youthful profile of the population, and also what is critical is to look at the evolving service delivery needs and expectations of the citizens. I cannot talk more about that. And the other thing was the increasing available powerful and user-friendly digital technologies that are there, that provide more choices to citizens, and citizens really want us to leverage on that for them to be able to access services. And one would hope that, initiatives like that one in the Northern Cape will mature, to that state where government could you can actually transact with government, from your pocket. And what is also critical, as indicated, is the evolving service delivery models as well as modernization programs. This include the redesign and automation of processes of departments and agencies that provide services at the Tucson service centers. So it's quite critical that we look at the service delivery model that basically force integration, that force a collaboration, that force that kind of alignment. And I like what Prof has indicated in the morning, that perhaps it should be part of consequence management. But this one of timeline, colleagues, is just to indicate to you where we come from as government, and these kind of activities that one has indicated to are quite critical to show, that the government was quite critical. It was a well thought kind of concept to come up with Tucson service centers, which started as MPCC at that time. And as indicated, at that time, given, when you look at the broader transformation at that time, where there was, no services at all to especially the majority of the marginalized, the government at that time was even thinking that we should even have MPCC per district. But it has since evolved, and year in, year out, there was kind of a high-level commitment at the cabinet level. There was also the business plan that was, at that time, it was more led by GCIS, because at that time when the Tucson Service Center started, government wanted to provide information to the citizens. And as time went by, citizens were saying, we're now comfortable with information, but we want services now that needs to be provided. That's why the 2006 and 14 kind of business plan tried to come up with that kind of model where, services can be provided within the Tucson service centers. And the challenge with this kind of, initiatives was that they were not necessarily supported by the kind of requisite resources, requisite skills, that technology, the thinking was there, but, some of these things were lagging behind. And we were also partnering with stakeholders like your at that time, the GTEC, where, you know, continuously government was trying to review these tuition centers to make them to be responsive. So these timelines are really showcasing where we're coming from, what were the issues, what continue to be the issues, what was the response of government. But now I agree with the colleagues to say we shouldn't continue to talk about these issues. We should now begin to show that implementation, show that commitment. The repositioning started in 2014, 2015, where, as I've indicated, that it was part of the repositioning, where DPSA together with, I mean, those were center departments. It was DPSA, it was GCIS, it was DPW, it was National Treasury, it was COCTA, where, you know, we were mandated to come up with an integrated strategy that will see the tuition service center to the next level. I must say that the business case was done, colleagues. The funding model was done. The main thing now is to make sure that all those recommendations that came out of that are being implemented. And that is the things that one is grappling with now as we move forward. For an example, in 2017, we even reviewed the tuition service model, which basically touched to the issues that Bongani was talking about, to say we shouldn't just look at bricks and mortar, we should look at the multiple channels that are responding to the environment on the ground. So the review is there, including the implementation plan in that regard. And we are, in a way, since 2018-19, we have been providing regular feedback politically at cabinet to begin to say where this is where we are. And now what I'm saying, what is critical is to say we are engaging the different stakeholders from DPSA point of view, because we were saying, hello, we cannot just, be moving on and on and on, having talk shows after talk shows. We need to now, from policy perspective, look at the building blocks, look at the stakeholders that needs to be brought on board, and then engage from the political level. So at this stage, the ministers are engaging, Minister Coctas and National Treasury, and as well as even, the premiers, because this is a three-sphere kind of engagement. As you know, that at any point in time, the tuition, you'll find it at the local sphere of government, but the issues that are affecting functionality of tuition, cut across. There is national that is having some key role to play, provincial as long as local. So we are at a point where during 2020, 2021, now we really implementing the whole issues that we've been talking about. And I'm quite excited that even today's deliberations, as well as the issues that will be coming out of this meeting, will actually enhance the implementation plan that we move forward. And then we will have to find a way of fast-tracking implementation in that regard. The other critical thing is that we are now aligning this to, or linking it to government initiatives like the DDM. And it is within our space to make sure that whatever enablers based on different mandates that are required, for an example, from our side, the issues of norms and standards, as well as the frameworks that needs to make sure that these service centers are functional, is a thing that needs to happen as of yesterday. And just to indicate that, colleagues, the roadmap that was followed from our side, just for interest sake, we had a phase one where during 2010, 14, and as well as 18, we did phase one around the feasibility study, where we looked at the options of institutional model through the business case, and we did some consultations. I've already indicated the key stakeholders around that. We even consulted with the reports that came out of that, the studies that came out of that. We shared them broadly with different colleagues. We even shared that with cabinet to a point where there was in principle approval of the way forward. Hence, in its second phase, based on cabinet decisions, we've now been busy with implementation. So phase 2 and phase 3 are running concurrently, in the sense that from our side, we're slowly but surely now supporting implementation. I think what is critical for the purpose of this debate again is that during the 2014-19, it was realized that the issue around the lead department became very, very fundamental, because there was realization that, much as initially the 207 centers were coordinated by GCIS, GCIS is not it's not necessarily within its mandate to make sure that services are being rendered and so forth. Their work is to make sure that they communicate and market government programs. That's why now the role of kind of 2-zone centers, the lead role of GCIS, was a bit minimized, but we didn't necessarily, they couldn't just relinquish their role, because we need to do that in a very systematic and transitional way. So they are now in transition to make sure that the lead department that has already been identified through all those work that has been done, through the lessons that are coming out of that, through the initiatives that are being done at this stage, it shows what the lead department should be. And we want to make sure that that kind of transition does take place. That's why GCIS is still there. And then from our side, phase 3, we're busy now with the legislative framework as part of the PEM Act, and it makes provision for the development of a framework that ensures monitoring, functionality, and governance and as well as funding of the service centers. Service centers in this instance is not only the 2-zone. Like colleagues have indicated, 2-zone is but one part of that. There are lots of service centers that are there. You've got the labor centers, you've got the Tutusela centers, and so forth. And all of them are kind of having issues around governance, around integration, around coordination, and this service center framework, as provided by the PEM Act, we're quite hopeful that we'll make sure that the lessons that are being learned take into cognizance and in responding to that. Colleagues, the challenges around special challenges still actually are in a way of reducing poverty and inequality. So basically this slide just make a point for the fact that indeed the 2-zone service centers are quite critical, but there are critical issues that you need to look at when you kind of come up with a sustainability model for the 2-zone service centers. You need to look at special challenges, we need to look at special planning, you need to look at issues of collaborative planning. So these are the kind of things that are quite critical as we move along. And there are some enabling acts that are there. The key issues that how do you make sure, for example, that you collaborate and with rural development, who are the key players around special planning and so forth, and also make sure that even the municipalities on where the 2-zone centers are located are actually empowered. Here, colleagues, I was just trying to indicate the kind of studies that we did with DPSA, where we basically just look at those 2-zone centers. 2-zone centers in the context of those centers that are providing, the 6-block model, where you have your SASA, where you have your labor, where you have your home affairs, social development, providing services within a center. So basically, these are kind of the spread that are there across the country. I thought this kind of map will be helpful, because for purpose of planning, it is important for us to look at how these 2-zone centers are being spread. And the other thing again, the studies also kind of differentiated between the different types of 2-zone service centers, which is also being confirmed lately now by the work of the UNDP, where we look at the 2-zone centers as having a permanent structure where services of various departments are housed under one roof. Those services, or maybe those departments that are already cited, and this kind of model will continue to be there, especially in the rural areas where people really want to transact face-to-face with government. But you also have the kind of 2 zones where is cluster services. They are already there, where you have permanent facilities of various departments which are located in fairly close proximity to each other. So you like kind of, within maybe 2 kilometer areas where you will have maybe home affairs, and then you'll have a primary healthcare clinic, you'll have education, you'll have social development. So we kind of said, we need to look at that, those kind of a model as Tucson Service Center lifestyles, because already those key service departments are there. They are providing access to the citizens, and the citizens, they are able to to walk, a manageable kind of distance in terms of distance, and also in terms of the cost. And we're also looking at the cluster serves as a virtual Tucson service centers. And Tucson, yes, I've already indicated you'll have 3 minimum participating departments, and it will be quite interesting now to see the model or the different models within within the KZN, and how they have kind of differentiated that, which I think is quite critical. And in terms of our studies at that time, colleagues, in 2014, when we look at the clusters, when you look at the Tucson service centers, as alluded before, we were, short of something like 178 Tucson service centers, as well as, 165 kind of clusters, service clusters, for us to, to reach out to the at least to 80% of our intended recipients at that time. And we did share this with various provinces, because this 178 was even, we made provision per province, even per district, to say this is where we think there should be a Tucson service center, this is where we think there should be a Tucson service cluster. And basically, in terms of potential coverage, when you look at the numbers that I've alluded there, the coverage was to, potentially, in terms of the service clusters, would have covered something like 21 million. And in terms of Tucson service centers, would cover something like 17 million. And in terms of coverage across the country, it was going to be 44% of Tucson's in terms of coverage, as well as 56 percent of service clusters. And in general, you would have something like the total coverage is somewhere there over something like 38 million coverage of the population. So basically, if you can have that kind of spread, indeed, I would imagine that there will be a satisfaction because citizens will be able to receive services in one way or another. There will also be a little bit of increased trust in government in delivery in their provinces. And what are the key considerations, colleagues, which I think are critical for repositioning of the Tucson service centers? Most of them have been emphasized by the previous presenters. We need to have a clear mandate. The clear mandate that, to carry out the national coordination function that is not necessarily, that is not ambiguous, and that is backed by devoted financial and human resources, as well as the applicable systems and ICT. So basically, this is what we have come up with as part of the repositioning, is part of what we've shared with Cabinet, is what Cabinet has approved. Ours is just to implement. The regulatory framework is quite critical around that, which serves as a foundation for coordination, funding, and operations. So basically, all that the colleagues are interested in is enabling framework, enabling legislative framework, and the PEM Act is really clear in that regard. All that we need to do as DPSA, we're hopeful that at some point we'll be able to transfer the Maponya Tucson service, Eben Tucson, to either to the National Department of COCTA or the local, to a point where we will be able to make sure that we fast track the regulatory framework. At this stage, we are kind of having so many distractions, especially that we want to make sure that that model is being sustained. There are lots of lessons that are coming out of that. And then there should be clear accountability. That has been indicated by the colleagues. The buck must stop somewhere. There should be a single institution that must be responsible for the overall coordination of the program. And as a result of that, colleagues, during those studies, we came up with we came up with 6 principles to look at the institutional options that can actually have that kind of clear accountability, that can have that clear mandate. We were having 6 principles where we're saying, number 1, that department, there should be a national coordinating institution that should have mandate and a capacity to carry out the range of functions that are being identified. Number 2, the national coordinating institution should have the authority and capacity to resolve the challenges identified in the situation analysis and transforming of the two-zone program. And then number 3, the national coordination institution should have a footprint and facilitates its engagement with other spheres of government involved in the two-zone service center. That institution should have or should be given the AGR nature of two-zone centers. It should have that. And then the national coordinating institution should have mandate in the area of IGR. That institution, ideally, national coordinating institution should have provincial counterparts that mirror in its terms of mandate in the provision spheres of government. This facilitates a clear line of sight in planning, budgeting for two-zone centers. Lastly, that national coordinating institution must have an identifiable, dedicated budget to carry out the coordination function of the two-zone service center. So we did take that to Cabinet, and Cabinet did agree to that. And I'm sure without even saying the name of that institution is quite clear, ladies and gentlemen, to say which one has got the IGR function, the footprint at municipalities, the budget, and so forth. I didn't say it, you said it. And then there should also be a way to resolve disputes, because as Bongani has indicated, in some of these centers, have been vacated because there were no agreement. In some instances, it's the assets. In some instances, it's land issues. Especially where they are traditional, in the traditional affairs kind of space. So the absence of dispute resolution mechanisms allows problems, especially around the governance, the funding, and service delivery, to go unresolved and undermine the sustainability of the program. That is very critical. There should be effective protocols for dispute resolution that should be in place across the 3 spheres to enable speedy recovery, speedy and timely interventions, and should be popularized and shared between all stakeholders, partners, as well as communities. It doesn't help for me and you to know about these resolution mechanisms without the other critical stakeholders, being the know-how of, in the know about these and how to implement those, or how those are being implemented. And these developments and institutionalization of complaints frameworks, basically this will also, strengthen the complaints management framework, which is part of Battle Bill. And I must say that most of the problems that are being there, colleagues, are around complaints. So if we cannot come up with a mechanism and a resolution mechanism that will make sure that we deal with those complaints, the two-zone service centers will not necessarily be sustainable. There should be sound planning for government services, which should be done from the perspectives of the citizens. And I think that's what UNDP has actually emphasized. You don't want to do it for yourselves. You need to do that from the lens of the citizens. You must take into account the national, provincial, and local spatial planning framework, and the basket of services that are required there should be driven from the perspective of the citizens. Let's not go there with what we think the citizens want, but let's engage the citizens around that. And we shouldn't reinvent the wheel. We shouldn't come up with other tools within the, instruments like the IDPs and so forth. How do we strengthen that? How do we integrate with that to make sure that we strengthen them? And then the two-zone service centers becomes a mechanism in that regard. And I would imagine that that's why even the DDM, we really want to to make sure that we ground the Tucson service centers, within that model. Funding model, colleagues, is very, very critical. And we did actually, together with National Treasury, assisted by GTEC, undertook a financial analysis study, and basically the resolution thereof are still part of the ongoing negotiations and so forth, and engagements to make sure that whatever implementation that comes out of that are kind of sustainable. But for the purpose of this meeting, it's quite important that to know that there is, or there was a well thought of kind of work that was being undertaken, and implementation is taking place. That study took into account the past and present revenue expenditure, and it sampled Tucson centers, those that are dysfunctional, others that are functional, and those with potential. I must say that Maponya Tucson Service Center, with a success rate of almost 100% of cost recovery, was also part of that. And out of that study, there were some options that were actually were suggested in terms of how do we, come up with funding options that may be sustainable going forward. The options that were suggested, for an example, it was utilizing of the grant. Supposedly, COCTA is the national department, and then they have footprint on the ground, and there are some grants around that. There could be a grant that can be made available, and number two, there could be a cost recovery of some sort, where the departments that are within the center are actually, there's a lead department that actually do all the procurements and so forth, and recover the costs from other departments, which is the model that is being applied at Maponya. Or there could be a top slice of some sort that is being explored. So the funding model is something that is very much urgent, that is being fast-tracked, and we're working with the relevant departments in that regard. And then the fit-for-purpose infrastructure issues around the ICT, we've spoken about that it's an enabler, and at this stage is hindering implementation at the ground. And we really want to make sure that, or maybe the warning is that, the centers that cannot meet infrastructure and ICT requirements of anchor departments are likely not to attract and retain that. And indeed, the departments that have been modernizing, like the Home Affairs, some of them have moved out of the center, not because access to citizens is an issue, but mainly because ICT infrastructure is not maturing at the level at which they are modernizing. The issues of the smart ID card, they had to move out of those centers, some of those centers, mainly because of ICT infrastructure. And SASA is the same example. But now the disadvantage in this regard, colleagues, is that the very citizens that you want to bring services to, now we are taking away those services. And then if you can see, some of those services now are closer to towns where there's connectivity. And then now the whole issue that we're trying to deal with when it comes to the access strategy are actually now, all those gains are falling away, whereby citizens are now having to travel so many kilometers and to go and get services from government. But it also provides frustration even to the very public servants that are the machinery of government, because you can imagine some of them, they went to the Tucson service centers, because it's closer to their homes and so forth. Some of them, they're just passionate, they want to service their communities. And now we have to take them away from where the communities are, and that's the challenge. Organizational culture in those kind of Tucson service centers is quite critical, where we need to make sure that it looks to issues of behavior, flexibility, innovation, and so forth. And because of the challenges that are there, the organizational culture is such that, I will just say it's unbattleable. And, the whole issue of courtesy, the whole issue of Ubuntu becomes an issue because there's no lead department, there's no coordination, there's no, everybody is just there for him or herself. So we need to deal with the issue of organizational culture that brings public service together, where we say we're doing it the Tucson service way, and by putting people as citizens first. Monitoring and evaluation, as being alluded to, is quite critical, where we should be able to put in place all those measures that continuously monitor how we do our things and take into account also the reports or the reviews on regular basis, so that there's continuous improvement in the work that we're doing. So what we've seen is that there are lots of oversight visits that are happening there. There are lots of reviews that are coming out of that. We receive the reports, and even within the context of their work, there's monitoring that is happening, but we don't necessarily use the lessons that are coming out of that to improve how the Tucson Service Center operate. Political support is quite critical, and I don't want to overemphasize that. We really need that. Knowledge management and learning. This is a learning organization, and we should be able to see how we move from 1991 to 2021, not only as selective people, but all of us, including those that are at the Tucson Service Centers. There should be, there has to be passionate, there should be professionalism, there should be some lessons that are coming out of that, and people should be, like the KZN as well as Northern Cape, be pride in serving the sharing those kind of knowledge that are coming out of those Tucson Service Centers. Lastly, what is critical now, Chairperson, is the whole issue of the evolution and coalition of the Tucson Service delivery model, where we're looking at clustering of facilities of various departments. I've already alluded to that. That's a model that we need to look at. Establishment of government prisons in priority areas. Public Works is already doing that. And then coordinating deployment of mobile services, because there are certain areas where, you cannot just reach out those places with mobile. But it shouldn't happen by accident. It should be part of planning. We should consciously say that for this kind of area, this is the kind of Tucson that is required. But we also want a there's greater emphasis on partnerships, and we're hopeful that the examples of COCTA and UNDP will take us to the next level, and we should be able to sustain those kind of relationships. The model must keep abreast with the developing service delivery models of departments, adoption of multi-service channels, which include partnership and use of ICT. And indeed, the challenge with the Tucson Service Centers, especially the solarization of that, is such that when the other department, improve on its service delivery model, others are lagging behind. But it's mainly because we are operating in silos. So if we adopt a single service delivery model that is responsive to all of us that are providing services there, it will actually bring even satisfaction to the public services themselves. A network-based approach for the provision of various types of sizes of Tucson Service Centers. We've already spoken to clusters. We've already spoken to the Tucson Service Centers. This is the example that was shared by my colleague from the Northern Cape, where we've actually just differentiated between the different types of Tucson, where a Tucson Service Center, it can be a metro, it can be large, it can be small. So basically, you just need to do your homework and begin to come up with a model that is, or the size or the kind of Tucson that is responsive to your area. There can be clusters again in the Tucson Service Centers, or we can have satellites, or we can have mobile, and the others, you can actually outreach. The outreach are not a political issue, colleagues. It's about going out to the communities and go and get exactly what the issues are there that they are crying about, and come back and engage with the relevant stakeholders to make sure that you respond to the issues raised by the communities. That's one of the model that we think that it really needs to be strengthened going forward. In terms of the future, we are looking at prioritizing investment in service delivery infrastructure as set out in the National Development Framework. And the key consideration should be around population demand for service-based. We can use the stats of SA. There are other data that is there that we can utilize. And then we should also look at the migration trends as well as human settlement patterns. These issues are quite critical, colleagues. DPSA did the accessibility studies, and we continue to even, we shared that with different departments, with different provinces, and we continue to update that periodically, basically every 2 years. And then there should also be priorities that are set out in the long-term infrastructure development of plans and infrastructure, facility infrastructure requirements and standards of departments, because like we indicated, if you don't respond to those departments by providing the requisite infrastructure, they will definitely just walk out of the centers. And who will suffer? It will be the citizens, and it will lead to dissatisfaction and less trust in government. Possible funding and capacity constraints needs to be dealt with through a sustainable funding model. I've already alluded to that. And then the other thing, again, we need to prioritize investment in service delivery infrastructure. I've already. So this is just one slide that I thought I need to share with you, colleagues, just to indicate that in terms of how we envisage in this, at the national level, we will be having a national coordinating institution. In this instance, everything is guiding to COCTA, and that's what we're engaging with COCTA in that regard. And one is quite excited now that even the initiatives of COCTA, like the DDM, are actually leveraging on Tucson service centers. And all that we need to do is to make sure that we work together, provide that kind of thought leadership, provide enabling conditions, all of us that are critical in that regard. So role clarification is quite critical in that regard. And then the National Coordinating Institution will also look at issues of funding, administering funding mechanisms, issues of subsidies and so forth, depending on the kind of funding model we settle for going forward. And then in terms of provincial coordinating, there should be that provincial coordinating departments, and ideally, or not ideally, basically those Tucson service centers that are being led by COCTA at the provincial level are actually operating better and effectively than the others. There are those that are being led by the Office of the Premier. They are, also, by virtue of the mandate of the Office of the Premier operating, but we think that in terms of COCTA, because they also have a close proximity to the municipalities where the Tucson resides, are actually managed better. And we're saying that at that level, there will be oversight of integrated service delivery centers, as well as mechanisms within the province to really make sure that the Tucson service centers, whichever model that you'll come up with, are being sustained. At the municipal level, we're looking at establishing, the role thereof will be establishment of resources and maintaining of the integrated service center. That integration, that alignment will be happening at that level where we make sure that because the Tucson are at the municipal level, all those service departments are actually having something that is bringing them together and making sure that the issues around the funds that are usually a challenge in the service center, based on the model, becomes issues of the past, and this will be done in accordance with national and provincial funding mechanism. So you can see that governance arrangement from national, provincial, municipality, we kind of thought that through, and it can be tweaked here and there. And we're not saying it should evolve with the time as the Tucson service centers matured. And then lastly, it's at the level where now we are at the service center level, where there should be integrated way of doing things, where the service center manager should be the glue around that, should be putting together all those governance arrangements within the center, making sure that there is structures that pull together the people that are at the level, the supervisors and so forth. They discuss issues of operations at the center. They discuss issues like the complaints and so forth. They even come up with improvements that needs to be done based on what the citizens want at that level. So,
hello, sorry, Ms. Mutalani, we're running out of time, so I wanted to check how many more slides you have there. This is the last one. Okay, thank you.
Yes. So in making final decisions on the locations of the Tucson centers, consideration should be made, be given to service delivery, preferences of communities and local stakeholders. We need to complete an accurate geospatial service information on Tucson service centers and facilities of stakeholders to ensure that there's integration in infrastructure as well, that includes planning. The DPSA and GCIS needs to basically continuously provide an update at cabinet and at various levels to make sure that they work closely with all the critical stakeholders to make sure that the relocation of the two service centers, including that one of Maponya, is realized. And then the framework for establishment, promotion, and maintenance of service centers, as provided by the PEM Act, should be finalized, as an enabling instrument by the DPSA. Thank you very much and happy Public Service Month.
Very much, Memo Pilane, for the presentation. Just one comment. With the numbers that you have for your clusters and TSC, you may have to revise them because we are now almost 60 million in South Africa. So you are getting further and further away from the 50% point. You may have to revise that because the population is growing in the meantime. Without wasting any more time, we will take a presentation from Mr. Temba Forse, I believe from COCTA, to give us a presentation on reimagining TSC as a strategic implementation mechanism for the DDM. Over to you, Tate Forse. I hope you'll give me that presentation in about 20 minutes so that we can go to the rapporteur to come and do a summary and then we close. We're supposed to close at 1, but we are running late. Thank you.
No, thanks, Program Director. I will give you the presentation in less than 20 minutes. So it's a very short presentation, and I think the colleagues or previous presenters have covered a lot of the issues, Bongani and Veronica, and even the previous session. Can I request that maybe Natasha or someone who can fly to my presentation? I'm struggling here to flight it on my side. Yeah, thanks very much. You can just put it on the, yes. And good afternoon to all the attendees, both physically and those that are in the virtual session. And then recognizing, of course, your capacities from the organizations you're coming from. And then to thank Program Director the opportunity for us to present on the DDM. The topic was reimagining two centers as a strategic implementation mechanism for the DDM. We can move to the next slide. I think what we'll do, because a number of issues have already been covered, I'm not going to spend time on the challenges. I think they've been explained quite extensively. So I'll focus more, spend some time on the DDM, what it's trying to achieve, and then look at what are some of the opportunities then for alignment with the DDM. We can move to the next one. So overall, when Cabinet approved the DDM in 2019, these are the objectives that were articulated in the concept note, which overall it's about how do we introduce integrated planning, spatial budgeting, and coherent sort of government, which will address the challenges that have been there for the past 25 years in terms of the silos, fragmentation, and duplication in how government, the three spheres of government operate. And also how we ensure that government, as it continues to cleanse and resources from the various spheres, but also stakeholders outside of government. So I'm not going to go through all the objectives as set out there, but these are clear objectives that informs the new approach of the DDM. If we move to the next slide, the key objective really of why do we need DDM It sets out a clear sort of common vision for the country, which will be then broken down into the needs and opportunities of the 52 spaces, geographic spaces. And those 52 spaces, it's your 44 district municipalities plus the 8 metropolitan municipalities. And this is basically the impact zones, if you like, where we would then measure all of government programs and budgets and clear commitments on how each sphere is contributing to the developmental agenda of the country. So the idea is that this approach will also provide us with a clear accountability framework where we'll be able then to track these commitments and budgets and programs that are made by the spheres, including stakeholders outside of government. And overall, the DDM is not just a new approach, it is predicated on Chapter 3 of the Constitution in terms of cooperative governance. And this is what has been elusive for the past 25 years. It's been very difficult for us to integrate and provide a coherent government for the Republic because of the entrenched practices of silos and so on. If you move to the next slide. So what the DDM does, it introduces really a new paradigm and a discipline in how we plan, budget, and implement. So firstly, it recognizes the district geographic space as the point of achieving these developmental outcomes and this integration. And these district spaces also provide us with a baseline or a unit of analysis that should inform how the other spheres are planning and responding to the challenges on the ground. So if you take the recent sort of challenges in terms of the pandemic, but also the state of our economy, we have seen the structures that have been established across the three spheres, which are coordinating government response to COVID, but also to the GBV sort of challenges. And it has provided a more coherent approach in how government is actually responding to these challenges. So fundamentally, it provides us with a baseline on how we can understand the extent of poverty, unemployment, and inequality in a particular geographic space. And the next slide, I think we'll be able to explain it much better. So if you look at this slide, overall, we're guided by the National Development Plan, which sets out a long-term vision for the country, and also the National Special Development Perspective. These are the two sort of key national policies or frameworks at the apex of government that informs all of government. So at the national level, you have then your MTSF, which must express those clear commitments. At the provincial level, you'll have provincial growth and development strategies. At the municipal level, you have your IDPs. And all of these plans are meant to translate those national goals into specific mandates that each of these spheres will implement. And all of these would be expressed in the APPs of national and provincial departments. At the municipal level, your SDBs would be then an equivalent of an APP, which then articulates clear budget commitments that are aligned to those priorities. So what the DDM now you can stay on that slide. What the DDM does, it then provides that those district development plans must be expressed in what we call a one plan, district one plan, which will be an expression of all of government in that district. So these plans, the integration of the national, provincial, and the municipal plans must then find expression in the one plan. The one plan is informed, of course, by a detailed analysis of the state of development of that district, which is through the district profile. the extent of poverty, the extent of unemployment, challenges of the youth, crime, the state of health of that district. So that profile is a very comprehensive profile about the state of that district. And the idea is that all of these plans from the other spheres must then demonstrate clear commitments of how they are responding to those challenges, which must then reflect in the one plan how, as three spheres, will work in an integrated way to then demonstrate coherence of government response to economic growth challenges, to challenges of unemployment. How do we provide for infrastructure in this district? I've put the issue of a two-song also there because I thought it's important then the physical manifestation of how government working in unison and seamlessly can find expression physically in a particular space in terms of the integrated provision of services, which must express how all of government is working in an integrated way. So these one plans are one plans which articulate clear priorities guided by the framework of the one plan, which will deal with issues of economic positioning, issues of social transformation, issues, infrastructure needs, and all of these spatial transformation issues. All of these, if you're talking about the role of two-song centers, must then be able to articulate at a local level how these services of government or the three spheres are responding to the needs of these districts. And the profile is a profile which must also inform the work that two-song centers does, because the profile will give an understanding of what is the extent of the problem in each of these districts and where the pressure points and the needs are, and how you then organize services of government to respond. It's more spatially targeted. It responds to the realities on the ground in terms of the services. So if I make an example, if you take the unemployment, youth unemployment challenge in OR Town, out of when we started in 2019 working with States SA, out of the 32 sort of % of unemployment, almost 80% of that is the youth under the age of 34. And the majority only have primary education level. So that's the challenge that you have of the youth. You have high levels of violence against women, rape, and so on. It gives you a sense of what the problems are. And in relation to the one plan, there will be plans on how we respond, catalytic interventions that are identified on how to respond to those issues. But at a two-song center level, it means they also need to have the same understanding of this profile to an extent that they're able to redirect and organize services of government to respond to that reality. Because that's the needs or the pressure points. I'm just making examples of those, but issues of infrastructure, there's challenges also in relation to that. The next slide, I'm not going to really spend time. I think Bongani and you've covered this adequately. Some of the existing challenges with the work that the UN has done. So we can skip this one. And the next slide also just introduces the partnership that we've established with the UN. And that partnership is focusing on 3 areas. Unlocking the economic value chains, social transformation, and the service delivery enhancement. The service delivery enhancement is the one that focuses then on your two-song centers. The social transformation focuses on the Tutuzela centers. Unlocking the economic value chains, it's how you create economic opportunities at a community level and support to small and medium sort of businesses. taking advantage of all the value chains at a local level and build community-based sort of economic activities. So we've been working, we've signed this MOU with the UN, and I think the work that Mogani presented is part of this collaboration with the UN. You can move to the next slide. This slide, I think the KZN colleagues have presented on their model. So there are good practices already in the country which we must build on, where there's clear demonstration of how agile and more proactive the province is in terms of taking this work seriously and how they have organized themselves. So we need to draw from these good lessons without going through the slide. And then maybe you can move to the next one. Yeah, this is my last slide, and I will spend some time here. I think the issue of reimagining and how we position the Chusong centers, it must take a special sort of approach, geographic special approach to understanding the needs and challenges in each of these areas, and how the concentration of the services that are provided by various sectors is coordinated at a local level. So you have departments, national departments that have footprint at a district level. You'll also have provincial departments of the same departments that have concurrent functions, also having sort of footprint in that district. And there are those national exclusive functions also that have footprint in the same district. And then in the context of the DDM, we have established in the 3 pilot sites what we refer to as district hubs. These district hubs, they are meant to be the central point of coordination of all these various departments that are operating in that particular district. So the commitments, budget commitments, and all the work that these departments are doing in that district are already expressed in the one plan. And the work of government in that district is centrally coordinated through the one plan, which expresses also clear budget commitments. So in that context, you want then the same sort of services that these departments are providing, how these are expressed in the provision, direct provision of services to citizens. There must be a clear relationship between those hubs and the Chusong centers in terms of the services that the government is providing to this. And that's the opportunity for the alignment in terms of the one plans and how we coordinate government as a whole. It also addresses the issue of silos, because if there's clear commitment already by these departments who are in that district, they should also then, in the context of the services they are providing, be coordinated also centrally through these Chusong centers, but also spatially mapped in terms of where the needs are, without just looking at one physical center, but how you spread yourself to cover the district. Well, there are vast districts with many local municipalities and so on. So you need to look at how you then position yourself in a more differentiated way to cover all those areas. I think the key issues, as I've said, it's the issue of integrated provision of services. The issue of enabling technology is an issue that has been raised sharply by the colleague from Northern Cape. I think we must also begin to invest in this area in terms of how services of government are centrally provided, whether we're talking e-governance. There are countries that have done a lot of work already on e-governance that we can draw from. There's work that was started also in the country around e-governance in terms of the services, whether it's IDs, it's licensing, the municipal services that are provided, how all of these in a more sort of use enabling technologies to ensure that we provide effective services to citizens. But of course, this must recognize the spatial differences of your urban areas, rural areas, and what support needs to be provided to those areas in a more sort of integrated and focused way. I think the other point, which I've already made, is about then the alignment of the District 1 plans and these district hubs. So at this moment, we have all the 3 pilot sites have developed their 1 plans. Currently, the districts and working with the provinces are finalizing their 1 plans. The target is that by end of this month, September actually, we should have concluded all these 1 plans. The 1 plans can only be an effective instrument of driving integrated development if it expresses clear commitment of the various spheres and stakeholders outside of government. In this regard, we are working with the DPME to look at how the issue of the planning frameworks, it becomes compulsory also for sectors when they develop their APPs to actually express them geographically and spatially to the 52 spaces in relation to what are they responding to. Also Treasury, we're looking at the issues of spatial budgeting so that it becomes part of the frameworks that guides the whole planning and budgeting process. And I think the point that was raised also by Commissioner again of how then do you utilize performance agreements to strengthen this. Well, the reality is that to deal with silos and fragmentation, you need to deliberately introduce instruments and systems that are targeted at changing behavior and culture in the system. And then there must be consequence management on how we actually deal with the effectively with silos and fragmentation. So those 2 areas, it's meant to really ensure that the 1 plans reflect all of government, but we can also use it as an accountability framework for holding sectors accountable. The collaboration with the district hubs, we are rolling out, we've done the 3 in the pilot site, we'll be rolling out in the 23 Water Services Authority this current financial year. And then we'll, in the outer years, we'll look at how we spread it to the remaining districts. And I think this is where we'll need to look at how we work closely with the PSA and all the critical stakeholders in terms of how the Tucson centers expresses that integrated work of government, which is expressed in the 1 plans in that particular district, and what kind of services should be provided. So this should not just be looked at just as a physical sort of manifestation of this integrated government, but it must, the Tucson centers must be more proactive in responding to the needs and challenges of each of these districts. The information is available, so it's critical that the Tucson Center or the managers, when we set norms and standards on what they need to do, we also accommodate issues of how do we generate credible data and information in terms of the demographics, but also just the state of development of that area. And this will assist in terms of how that center responds to the realities and ensure that we respond to the needs of communities in these areas. So the issue of integrated planning, spatial budgeting, and coherent implementation, it becomes then an element that can be expressed physically through the Tucson centers. And that's how we achieve the objectives of the DDM through these Tucson centers. But it requires that we must invest in the steps before we talk about how all these services come together in the Tucson Center. So we must deal effectively with the silos in the planning processes to an extent that when we then talk services that are provided in the Tusong centers, already that integration has already happened, the clear budget commitments, and then also it's not the department that is responsible for Tusong centers to then follow up on the specific departments, but in their commitment to the one plan, there's also clear commitment of what services they must provide in the Tusong centers. Chair, I thought those would be the sort of key points one would want to emphasize just in the contribution to this discussion. Thank you very much.
And it's starting to take its toll on all of us. Without waste of time, I'll call Ms. Pilane to come and do a very short piece on key points that has come out of today's engagement. Over to you. I'm kidding.
To share his screen shortly. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen present in person and those joining virtually. Allow me to stand on the shoulders of previous speakers and say all protocols observed. My name is Krivani Pillay and I'm the Partnerships Officer in the Office of the UN Resident Coordinator, Ms. Nados Bekele Thomas. And it's my task to briefly summarize the day and focus on the next steps following this morning's dialogue. As we all know, the white paper on transforming public service delivery is about building a public service capable of meeting the challenge of improving the delivery of public services to the citizens of South Africa. In other words, a citizen-centric, people-centered public service that is seamless and responsive. What we heard in this morning's dialogue focused on integrated frontline service delivery improvement in support of the District Development Model, or DDM. As part of why we're gathered here, which is Public Service Month, for us to really discuss practical resolutions that can be followed up to influence policy development on frontline service deliveries. The Deputy Minister for Public Service and Administration, Dr. Chana Pilane Majake, set the tone for the dialogue today, highlighting the successes and challenges of public service, laying bare what faces public administration and governance, and talked about value aspect, which is serving people with empathy and Ubuntu, serving people with Batapili principles and the Public Service Charter. The Deputy Minister talked about the role of public service in this endeavor to serve the community, to provide impartial, fair, and equitable services, to demonstrate transparency through timely, accessible, and accurate information, and to link peoples with service, trust, more than just courtesy and cues. We need to live out the Batapile principles. Throughout the morning, there's been a lot of overlap between all our speakers. We've heard that we come together time and time again, but we need to honor those gatherings and not have it be a repetitive session. How do we build a capable developmental state? In doing so, like Dr. Somadoda Fikeni said, we must revisit the principles of Ubuntu. I am because we are. Whilst the sector has made incredible strides, there's still much to be done. We need to build partnerships. We need to demonstrate the whole of society approach between government, civil society, private sector. We need to adequately be resourced from financial resources to human resources to IT infrastructure. So what we've heard today and seen today are some of the challenges. For example, some of the challenges highlighted are part-time or scheduled availability of departments at the Tusong centers due to staff shortages. Lack of funds was one of the reasons for non-service. Increased working hours. Management of the TSCs are currently diverse due to a lack of necessary frameworks. different management structures. So what are the recommendations across all of the various speakers that we've been hearing this morning? Addressing infrastructural challenges, strengthening efforts to improve accessibility, improve overall management of the TSCs, increase monitoring and evaluation. Chusong Service Center managers should be appointed and capacitated, the national department assigned to the responsibility to coordinate these centers, to ensure that the managers who are appointed are provided with clear job descriptions. We need to see frameworks which promote uniformity, integrated service delivery. We need to break down silos, exactly what the DDG had just mentioned. We need to involve all spheres of government in the TSCs. And it's important that the relevant intersectoral steering committees promote the involvement of each of the levels in the TSCs. I'm going to kindly ask my colleague, Evan, to please share his screen of some of the next steps that we have put together with support of colleagues from UNDP. And this will then be shared with everybody and hopefully be endorsed at this meeting on the next steps forward. I will continue in the event of saving time. So one of the, it's been divided into three sections: a short-term or urgent response plan, a medium-term, and of course a long-term. So on the short term, which is, we could consider about the first 6 months, is reframe and reconceptualize the Chusong centers, working toward an integrated, holistic, multi-channel access strategy and program. So there's discernible narrative that narrowly frames and conceptualizes the Chusong service centers as standalone service delivery initiatives, instead of the Chusong centers being seen as an integral part of a much broader, holistic, integrated, multi-channel ecosystem. We need to have an overarching legislative framework and policy. In the absence of legislation or a governance framework on the specific ministry and department responsible and accountable for the establishment and efficient and effective performance of the TSCs. We need an interim governance MOA, a memorandum of agreement, which must include urgent financial injection, a sustainable funding model, as you heard from previous speakers. The TSC forum and integration into existing Batapile forums. If you look in the chat group, that's something that has also been mentioned by some of the participants on the virtual chat. That Batapile plays a critical transversal role in terms of service delivery across the public service, and the current prevailing institutional culture in government and TSCs in particular is not customer-centric. One of the other things is capacity building of center managers and sector departments, infrastructure repair and maintenance, and of course, breaking silos. Suggestions for medium-term responses include reimagining TSCs, an organizational review, design and turnaround, digitization and modernization, institutionalized dedicated unit at national level, change management and culture reorientation, and perhaps a flagship TSC for proof of concept. And reimagining organizational review, design, and turnaround. What we find is we've got all the elements in place. It's a matter of methodology, which we would like to emphasize. And in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard this morning a whole host of recommendations made from the various sectors. We've seen best case practices from bridging the digital divide to cases where coordination and planning works. We've also seen that in order to have success, we must address things like political will, sponsorship, and championship. We must leverage on private-public partnerships. We need to also include budgeting and financing, institutional capacitation, efficiency, and effective partner municipalities. And we've heard from various stakeholders the assessments done on Tusong centers. This program has made significant contributions to accelerating service delivery. However, we've heard from this morning's dialogue that there are challenges in coordinating the program and ensuring that services at TSCs are rendered in an integrated manner. A concern in this regard is that there's no single department that ensures standardization and uniformity of operations and provides operational frameworks in this regard. The next steps are if all relevant departments get into a room and co-create a model that addresses the shortcomings that have been reflected today. I'd like to quote one of our guests in the call, who is David Moeketsi, who at 1:45 said, "There's been a long-standing discussion going into the National Botapile Forum regarding the monitoring and evaluation of service delivery reports presenting during the forum's meetings. This process could complement the implementation of district service delivery model, and it's important that the DPSA, DPME, and COCTA synergize their efforts towards ensuring that the Tusong service centers are effectively operational." Like I said, often we have the right ingredients for implementation, but the methodology may be problematic. It's clear that those participating in this dialogue this morning are committed to people first. Now it's up to the co-creation session that we hope will follow to ensure that this doesn't become archived as another talk shop, and that we can begin to collaborate and co-create solutions to ensure acceptable service levels as soon as possible and ensuring that no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pilane, for summarizing very, very well. I think you did a brilliant job in terms of capturing the proceedings of today. At this juncture, I don't know if there are any questions from the screen. There's no other questions, unless if technical, there are questions that are coming out. There are none. In terms of going forward, I'm not sure if there are the panel members who want to make just 30 seconds last comments, including those that are connected virtually, so that we can close. We can start with Bongani.
Thanks, Program Director. No, I think basically mine basically I think really is just to reinforce everything that has basically been been said. And I was actually thinking that there is a famous expression that says, "Never let the search for the perfect to be the enemy of the good." So I think we have the ingredients, I think, to actually to reposition, to resuscitate, to revive these Tusong centers. And I think we're quite very privileged and lucky that we've managed to get all key role players to be part of this session. And I think maybe just to indicate and to say that, to confirm actually that the UN in South Africa, the UN family, stands ready to support all the efforts to make sure that we really all of us collectively put our hands on the deck and make sure that we improve services and make sure that everybody has access to services, especially those people in the far-flung areas. As we said, that Tusong centers will be but one of the mechanisms, but we are ready. We stand ready, I think, to facilitate any other exploration of other mechanisms to improve service delivery, including facilitating any required knowledge exchanges and learnings from elsewhere, in terms of assisting the country to actually to move forward. And I think what we have actually done, based on the summary that was given by Krivani, I think we will then get into a process. Perhaps we can consider program director, to have a small team that is really going to be looking at those next steps and actually work out a very detailed plan in terms of what are the key issues, allocate responsibilities, and basically set sort of a timeline. We are asked by our own principal in the UN that just make sure that this is not another talk shop, something concrete comes out of that. So we stand ready to work. We've already been involved actually in preparation to this dialogue and throughout the Public Service Month, with TPSA, PSC, COCTA, GCIS, and other stakeholders. So I think under the leadership of the TPSA, I think let's make sure that in the next 7 days, in the next 7 days, that's our language in the UN. In the next 7 days, we basically put together a concrete plan so that we can all go back and report to our principal. But I think more importantly, we are accountable to the citizens, so that to say that out of this dialogue during Public Service Month 2021, it was a game changer. Basically. So I think we stand ready to support you. So I think at DPSA you have 7 days to actually to convene all of us to begin to work on this plan, and we will submit it to our respective principal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that didn't come from me as the program director. Mr. Fossey, any last words from your side?
No, not really, Chair. Just to say that we're also ready to work with the people.
Okay.
We're also part of that process. Thanks.
I'm not going to ask Veronica to say anything because the marching orders have been given. Between Ms. Mutalanile, Mamello, I'm not sure whose head is on the block here. Both of your heads are on the block, that within 7 days, let this dialogue be a game changer. We are known for talking as government, but this time around, I think with the next Public Service Month event, we will be really reporting on progress that we achieved since we met today. What time is it now? I'm standing between you and lunch. I see the program director has also been given the role of giving closing remarks and also, vote of thanks. I will not go into closing remarks because I think Krivani did a very good job there. But I want to thank all the speakers that were here today. We know we took time from your busy diaries. I should have started with my boss first, the Deputy Minister, who found time to come and spend some time with us here. We thank her in absentia. We thank UNDP as a partner. I think I need to raise that. The UNDP South Africa has been supporting a lot of programs of government, and we really do appreciate. I hope the message will get back to the big boss that we really appreciate what the UNDP is investing in South Africa in this regard. Thanks to the DPSA team, the people behind the Public Service Month, running around, making sure that all these dialogues and engagements are happening. Thank you so much. To the technical team as well, thank you for your support. I'm told with children, technology, and pets, you can never be sure. So don't feel bad that things do go wrong sometimes. There's no perfect plan when it comes to, especially events and logistics. You think you've got everything done correctly, and then boom, the internet decides to go down and you have to restart. But the issues about how you manage these disruptions, and I think as a team, you did very, very well. I'm not sure who's going to thank me, but I thank myself for being here on behalf of the DPSA, for covering for the DG who couldn't be here today. I hope to all the people who connected virtually, thank you so much for staying online. It really feels very strange if you don't have a full audience. You think you are talking to just a few people. That's why you see our eyes going to where the people are, because we want some, confirmation that you are not talking to yourself. Unfortunately, it's because of COVID that we find ourselves in this situation. But thank you so much. And that will then be the end of the dialogue. We hope you log in for the closing tomorrow. I don't have the details, but I know there is a closing session tomorrow to mark, is it? No, not tomorrow, on the 30th. That's the last day of the Public Service Month celebration. I thank you.